beast to lower your head. I rise, I set. Say you want it all, if you want it all. Make a move, don't stop and wonder. Gotta take it out, 'cause I want it all. Don't stumble, I'll keep bouncing back. Take a step, 'cause I've been bouncing back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I keep coming back. I can't hold it back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. It's just a mission. I do them in my sleep, no commission. I like a side quest, love opposition. With surgical precision, they make losing their tradition. Yeah, they talk, but what they say to me, I'm chewing it all, sitting my jaw, the way that it hurts you to think. I'm building a wall, 90s tall between you and me. I'm out of space, you're out of peace. It's a different game when I'm out of your league. Say you want it all, if you want it all. Make a move, don't stop and wonder. Gotta take it out, 'cause I want it all. Don't stumble, I'll keep bouncing back. Take your cap, take your step, take a step, 'cause I've been back. Oh, just like that, I beat you in, crank up back to back. Oh, just like that, I see a dub in my future stats. Oh, I know a place you can go. The doghouse outside my massive abode. It's lovely, it's cushy, and sometimes it's cold. Now sit and watch me get this gold. Oh, it all, I bounce back. I just want it all, I just want it all. I'm gon' bounce back. Said you want it all, but you want it all. Said you want it all, bounce back. Said you want it all, but you want it all. I can have it all. If you knock me down, I will feel the fall. I just got back up, I'll bounce back. I just want it all, I just want it all. I'll keep bouncing. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I keep coming back. I can't hold it back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I keep coming back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I can't hold it back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I keep coming back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I can't hold it back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome to the Reload Elite Series. This is qualifier number 1 and the final opportunity for Duos to try and make it to the Esports World Cup. Many of them are thinking the same thing. We need to make sure we earn ourselves one of those top 2 spots going to the EWC because we want to keep that dream alive. And it's going to be in Paris in front of fans, and there's going to be so many other games. There's so much to play for. But for right now, we just have to focus on qualifying. Oh boy, it's going to be an incredible time. 8 games ahead of us. But first, why don't we bring in your analyst? It's Vivid, and joining us again, rather, it's Blake. Guys, how's it feel? We are back. RES, we just came off of the summit, and now here we are again, making our way yet to another LAN. Viv, how's it feel?
Oh, it feels absolutely incredible, Zeke. If the last 3 qualifiers taught me anything, it's that we are in for an absolute show today. It's always so entertaining watching these qualifiers, and the fact that we are here at the last one with only 2 spots remaining should just make it that much more entertaining. And then, of course, me and Zeke, man, joined by Blake, that also just makes it that much more fun as well.
It feels great to be back here on the show, especially with so much on the line. Like Vivid was saying, there's only 2 spots left, and with so much top talent still in the mix, it's going to be a very competitive tournament today, Zeke.
Oh, why would you say that, Blake? I'm already starting to get nervous for the duos. It's fine. We'll get to that in a second. First, obviously, us coming back to the Reload Elite Series. If you've not tuned in, don't worry. We got you guys covered. We're back on the Reload Elite Stronghold map, which is fine, right? That's if you've seen it, you're familiar with it. The big difference here is actually the loot pool. We're seeing some change ups for qualifier number 4. Why don't you guys talk us through it?
One of the most popular items among some of our pro players when we're going to be jumping into it today is, of course, going to be that Mammoth pistol. It, of course, is going to be able to go ahead and do a lot of damage. It was actually the weapon of choice that ended up being the 4th most damage dealt across all of the heats that were just played earlier this week. Obviously, we still have a lot of movement in the meta as well with those overdrive grenades, and you can, of course, combine them with that flowberry fizz. And then we do, of course, have those pizza parties. I mean, Blake, obviously, a lot of different things can kind of happen when you have some loadouts that kind of look like this. I mean, what are you kind of seeing when you look at some items like this?
Yeah, whenever we look at this new pizza, it's not like the old one. You can't play heal off, tank storm with it, because this one prioritizes your shield instead of your white health, giving you 30 shield and 5 white health. But yeah, looking at this loot pool, it's going to be very interesting to see. We have a shotgun mix, we have a long range weapon, the Mammoth. So Zeke, it's going to be an awesome tournament.
Dude, it is. And that pizza looked awfully suspicious. I don't think I've seen pizza with blue mushrooms. I don't like that. Why don't we get ready, though? It's not just us who will be hanging out with you guys today for RES. We also have your casters. It's Monster D-Face and Jacob PR.
Thank you so much, Zeke. And honestly, coming into the opens of Qualifier 4, we had 7 teams, one of which was Kanata and Victor V from NA West, try to make it to this finals. But as it stands, Monster, we only have 4 of our qualified teams. That's Josh Iamzo, Muzz and Sphinx, Cold and Rapid, and of course, Peter Bot and Poyo.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot to look forward to here. And you know what is really interesting to me is when you start looking at where these qualified players are landing, most of them, the majority of them, are going to be completely uncontested. Now, this is going to spell disaster for everyone else who's going to be, of course, fighting for a qualification spot here today, because now you're going to have the likes of Cold free to go, Peterbot free to roam around the map. And you already know, Jacob, they're going to be gunning for points just for fun.
Yeah, so it's going to be an interesting, and one of these guys, even Muzz and Sphinx, are going to be contested today against Acorn and Bullets. We're going to talk about them later, but it just really goes to show that just because you have your spot secured, you still have something to play for. There's a cash prize. There's making sure your drop spot remains uncontested, and of course, that's going to go ahead and affect the rest of the lobby, because then you have the possibility of those roll down spots being here with 4 of them already having their spots.
Yeah, that's not, something to overlook is, of course, the money. Well, with that, EU already had the best of the best. Continue to come back week after week. NA likely will have the same, but Zeke, we'll just have to see.
You guys got me hype, okay? I was starting to get nervous, and then you guys brought the hype back up, so everything's chill for just a second. But some interesting points, right? Making sure we have ourselves kind of this situation where we go, hey, if you're going to go to EWC, look how good we're performing here from this POI. You sure you want to come here? Are you sure, Sharkantini? Oh, wait, maybe we should leave. Just kidding. But obviously, with so many names, Blake actually kind of hinted at it early. There's a lot of names that you would assume already have themselves a qualifying spot to EWC. Not the case. Let's take a look at some of the big names who still are trying to find themselves a seat on the battle bus to EWC.
I mean, the format in general has just been so tough. We obviously are in the last qualifier here. It is the 4th qualifier. We've only had 4 at this point, basically, and only 2 teams kind of qualifying from each qualifier leaves room for only 8 teams specifically from NAC to kind of jump over and make themselves to that land. So we are left here in the last qualifier with a bunch of big name duos that have yet to make it. We've made the point multiple times. Only 2 teams are going to be making through today. And when you take a look at all these names, I mean, it would be crazy to see any of these guys kind of miss out, but obviously we know a bunch of them are going to.
Yeah, honestly, looking at this list, it's just shocking because you have top players like Acorn Bolts, who just got 5th at the Summit Land, Booga, the World Cup champion. Like, some of these duos you would think would already be qualified, but that kind of goes to show just how hard this reload tournament is, because it's not like Battle Royale where there's 50 duos. There's only 20 duos, and when you combine players from all around the world, that doesn't leave that much room for each region.
Dude, pressure's got to be on, right? There's so many of these duos are probably thinking, there was 3 qualifiers before this. Why didn't we secure ourselves a spot back then? Obviously, coming in, you guys are both ex-pros, right? So do you feel like, with that insight, are these guys starting to get a little nervous? Are they kind of like, hey, we have a job to do, so those nerves are there, but we need to lock in and get this done?
I think definitely kind of coming into the competition today and maybe over the course like play-ins and the heats, you're definitely feeling a little bit nervous. But I mean, all these guys have kind of been here before. Once the games start today, they're going to be locked in. That's why their names are so familiar to us, because we are used to seeing them in finals, at lands, and everything like that. They've qualified before. I'm sure they can do it again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they feel the pressure, but I don't think that pressure is going to affect their play style and their gameplay, because like Vivid said, they've been here before. Year after year, they keep competing. They know what it's like. They know what they're getting themselves into today and what it takes to qualify for the EWC.
Okay, let's break down some of these duos. A duo you probably saw there is Queasy and Scare. Queasy, a global champion, coming on over to NA. I feel like in the past we've seen like, oh, sometimes players come over and it's like, whoa, Veno, that's crazy. Now Queasy is here and NA. Talk to me about this duo. Why should fans who for some reason don't know who Queasy is be extremely excited about this?
This is like, obviously, it's a big investment from Queasy to kind of jump over to a completely different region. It's obviously a big investment when you talk about, personal life, or just, in terms of just spending money to go ahead and make the move. And this will kind of be that first test that'll determine whether or not this move has kind of been made it or worth it, right? Picking up Scare, though, I mean, obviously we know the name of Queasy, one of the best IGLs in the game. Obviously, picking up Scare, probably a name that a lot of people aren't necessarily familiar with, and rightfully so, because he's only made it to 6 FNCS finals. But Scare is the exact player that somebody like Queasy, who is very, very good at making all these calls, definitely needs. I mean, Scare in the heat picked up 23 eliminations, get a 2.42 damage ratio. So individually, absolutely everything is there for these guys. Can it all come together today? Can they kind of pick up one of those last remaining qualifying spots? I'm excited to see.
Yeah, and when you're a veteran IGL like Queasy, I think picking up a controller player like Scare is one of the best moves you can make, because you're obviously getting a little bit old. You need that fragging capability on your team. So combining that with Queasy's IGL brain, I think this is a great duo, and I'm excited to see what they can do today.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, shout outs to Queasy coming on over. Excited to see him perform. And I'm also thinking about Scare, right? The more he can just kind of soak up from Queasy, all that knowledge, all of everything Queasy's experienced, Scare can just tap directly into and be like, dude, I could just get that experience immediately. So cool. Let's talk about more duos. Acorn and Bolts, bro. I don't know how they don't already have a spot, but here we are, the final qualifier. We just saw these guys at the summit, and when we're interviewing them on stage, they're just ice cold, right? They're locked in. They're here to do one thing, and that's win. But here we are in the situation, Viv. We have one final opportunity to come into the top 2 to make it through to EWC. Do we feel like they could do that?
My personal favorites to actually go ahead and do just that. I mean, Acorn, again, kind of in that conversation, best IGLs kind of ever touched the game. When you take a look at Bolt, obviously known for his mechanical prowess in the game, and it was actually showed yesterday, by the way, in the heats, because he ended up with the highest damage ratio of anybody making it here to the qualifier finals. He had a 2.68 damage ratio, so absolutely crazy. But again, I mean, this is the duo that I feel like has the best chance. That being said, I feel like I've probably said that in every single one of the other qualifiers, and they haven't made it happen. They did get third in qualifier number 1, but obviously that wasn't good enough then. Also, I think it's favorable. They're all spawn situation. They're going to be kind of uncontested, able to make it to all 8 of the end games. And when you have Acorn and Bolts making it to all 8 of the end games, Blake, I feel like they should be able to go ahead and pick up one of those qualifying spots.
Yeah, especially when you look back, you said they got third in qualifier 1. They didn't just get third, Vivid. They were 1 point off of qualifying for the
God.
EWC finals. So they obviously have the capability to get the job done. They've been here before, done it time and time again, and shown what they can do. So I would definitely be surprised to not see this team in contention for that top 2 spot today.
I gotta hope, man. I just gotta hope, right? It's gotta feel bad to be 1 point off, but it's okay. It's okay. Today's a brand new day for competition. Let's just do it again. Let's just do it again. Make it through the top 2. Another duo. Get ready. It's Higgs and Curve. Now, some of you might have just thrown a curveball. Sorry, did you say clicks? No. Different C here. It's Curve, actually. Obviously, a little bit of a crazy situation with the old duo, but now, used to be clicks. Now Higgs is coming with Curve, and Curve even just recently played with Venno. So I don't know how to feel about this duo, Vivid, but I can honestly say I'm very excited to see them play.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing one side of the coin here in terms of flip-flopping the duo mates, sneaking in C's over here on NAC. But, listen, for Higgs and Curve, remember how I mentioned earlier, Queasy and Scare, they kind of have to, justify whether or not them being a duo, whether Queasy kind of making the move is going to end up being worth it. Kind of the same situation for these guys, right? This is going to be like the first test for them as a duo. Obviously, we know Curve picking up that major 1 FNCS win, so he's got to be feeling good. Higgs kind of looking for a little bit of a bounce back, and honestly, these guys are looking pretty good. Obviously, they picked up 4th place in the heat. Just across the board, they're doing very, very well. But again, this is kind of going to be that first test for this duo for them themselves and for everybody kind of watching at home.
Yeah, on paper, this is a very solid duo. And looking at their heats performance, they got top 10 in 6 out of the 8 games, which in reload, when half the lobby stays alive the whole game until maybe even second moving, that's not easy to do. So that shows that they know the meta, they understand the game mode, and they can definitely get that top 2 spot.
I like it, man. I like it. Again, it's like an anomaly, right? It's like, wait, what are we doing here? But I'm into it. Higgs, again, longtime vet, ready to impart knowledge on Curve, who is this young and up-and-comer, right? Just played with Venno and just got himself a title. Like, you're right, Blake. On paper, this seems pretty good. After 8 games, we'll see where they end. A final duo here to talk about. It's Agers and Ritual. Now, this is, again, what do you mean they don't have a spot? This is Agers and Ritual. Yes, I know, Timmy, but it's okay. This is just how it played out. One final qualifier to do it. And what's interesting, too, is Ritual has already been to EWC, right? We've already got that experience. So, Pip, we just got to make it through the qualifier, right? We just got to make it through top 2, and then we take it right back to EWC.
Yeah, again, you mentioned a duo that we're kind of surprised to see make it all the way to qualifier 4 without a qualification spot. I mean, think about, FNCS, the other game mode that these guys are going to be competing in. They picked up 2nd in major number 1. So obviously these guys have been doing very, very well, kind of consistently picking up top 10s in the other qualifiers. Listen, I mean, these guys also, if we want to talk about how well they're doing in terms of this specific meta, this specific game mode, just yesterday in the heats, they actually had the 2nd most average eliminations across the heats. They were beat out by only, to no surprise, Peterbot and Pollo. But again, I feel like the fact that they're able to pick up so many eliminations when, I feel like they're kind of a duo that's usually kind of playing that consistency game. I feel like the fact that they're right now seeming like they're just fragging out so well, I wouldn't be surprised if they are one of those teams to go ahead and pick up one of those qualifying spots today.
Yeah, and for me, this is one of the most surprising duos to see not qualified yet, because you look at their BR performances, this is a very consistent team who is always placing at the top of the leaderboard. And I've personally practiced against them before Grand Finals, and playing against Agers and Ritual, there's a noticeable skill difference with these two players. They are on another level. So, they've struggled in the first 3 qualifiers. Let's see if they can get it done today, Zeke.
I believe, right? I believe it's all good. I believe in Agers and Ritual. We only have just about 30 more seconds before we get on out of here. So really quickly, I'd love to hear immediate thoughts. What are you hoping to see today?
Listen, I just love good Fortnite. We know, also keep in mind, obviously, 4 of those spots could potentially roll down based on where some of those qualifying teams place. But outside of that, top 2 is where we're looking.
I just want to see some interesting hype plays. Lots of grief on height. That's what I want to see.
Oh god.
Well, we'll have to see how it goes. Fortnite fam, get ready. This is the Reload Elite Series. So, casters, over to you.
You got to appreciate Blake showing up, looking for chaos here on the main show right now. Jacob, it's 8 games of Fortnite ahead of us. They just broke down all the teams that realistically have a chance to fight for the top spots.
Yeah, and honestly, even though they did break down our superstar teams, 2026 has shown us it's our underdogs time to play. If you guys watched Fortnite yesterday, Division 1, Liam and Veer top 100-point win. So we all have our stars, but I wouldn't count any of these underdogs out.
Yeah, you definitely can, especially when you start looking at the likes of a Scare and Queasy teams that are, of course, traveling over. Acorn and Bolts, I was starting to think like most of these teams were at the LAN. They all got to perform relatively well, and Acorn and Bolts were the only team that was up towards the top 5, besides, of course, like you have your likes of, the Peter Boss and Boyos. But, as far as unqualified folks that are going to be fighting for it, we're just going to have to keep our eyes on them because it sounds like game number 1 is ready now.
We're here jumping into game number 1. It's 8 games, so buckle up. It's going to be a long day of Fortnite action ahead of us. One of the teams we're talking about, Higgs and Curve, immediately getting dropped right out of the gate. Dozier was able to get that elimination early, and these are the intricacies that we look at when it comes to Reload. You see, they're not necessarily getting aggressive. This is a decent amount of space in the POI, but as soon as Higgs reboots back into the game, he kind of reboots right above Curve, who is the alive player, and that allows Dozier and Tyler a little bit of comfortability to kind of either hunt him down or just continue looting out.
Yeah, that's the reason why Reload as a mode is so loved from the Fortnite perspective in general, the pro player base, because you can take risks. You can do things that you wouldn't normally do in a BR. Dozier, you can see there, actually not only beats Higgs to the drop, but hits him with a little nudge in addition off to the side there. He gets the elimination credit there too, and Higgs is off to a very interesting start. I did notice in the feed, though, it looked like the Reds might have fallen to the hands of Scare, so I don't know if there's some mix-up on who's landing where, or again, because it's the Reload mode, folks are just thinking, hey, let's play a little bit of a split drop too, right? There are different types of strategies you can definitely put into place when you're talking Reload the game mode.
Yeah, and I think this is here is another example of what you're talking about. You see Rapid on screen, but if you look at his loadout, he doesn't have any shotgun and no cold anywhere in the minimap. In fact, you don't see a single player in the minimap right now. That's because Cold and Rapid, part of their strategy and how they perform well through the first 3 qualifiers is these early game eliminations. We know they can pack a punch in the end game in those close quarters combats, but the recipe for their success has been in the early game.
And you got to think back to that second qualifier or so, Cold and Rapid. They were taking the time of actually farming teams out the sky. It's what allowed them to kind of take off and break away with points. So there are different, dynamics that will play out. And with an 8-game format, I mean, anything can happen. So we'll see who can actually keep their cool, break away with a strong lead, and then remain consistent. Sales invert right now, actually eyeing up Chimp and company. They don't seem to have a single clue that this team's nearby. They have plenty to work with, but Sales invert, kind of content with what's happening here. They're just going to go on and get on out, hit the super pad here. And look at that. They actually spot the duo nearby, too. So they seem to have this entire drop on lock here.
Yeah, well, one team's kind of lurking, trying to set up plays. See Booga and Braids, one of them immediately going down. Noisy and Neo are using this opportunity to not let them actually reboot back into the game. They complete the wipe. They take out Booga and Braids early, and that's their 4th elimination of this game. And that's huge for a team like Noisy and Neo because now they have a lot of space around them. If they pull zone, they really don't have to do anything for the rest of this game.
Yeah, unfortunate. Talk about being one of the first teams to get full eliminated here now. That's a tough one to have to deal with. And, we're all fans of Booga, of course, here. Want to see him make it to these LAN events. Reload, as we all know as well, is one of the more fun tournaments to be a part of if you're a professional player. Because you get so much playtime on the actual stage, right? It's so much different than the regular BR experience. But again, we'll just have to see who the top 2 teams are going to be that end up breaking away here. It's going to take some standout performances, let's be honest, right? The level of, a duo that's obviously in this lobby. I mean, when we started rattling off the teams that need to get qualified, they all sound like true contenders for the top.
Yeah, I think Zeke said it himself. If you look at that list without any context and you kind of think these are the teams qualified, you're like, okay, cool. You know, these are the top teams on the region, but these are the teams that still need a spot. And some of that storyline, you know, you think about a team like Reet and Cooper, you notice they're not in this lobby. It's not because they didn't qualify, Monsters, because they went on over to NA West. We'll see them in the finals, seeing if they can grab that spot later on. But that just goes to show how stacked this region actually is getting overall. And you see another one of our new teams here, Threats and Visuals. I know you mentioned possibly Threats going down early, but they have a little bit of an uncontested spot on the north side of the map. So that's kind of the luxury of our uncontested teams. If they do go down early, the chances of them getting back into the game and possibly getting a reboot because it's early in the game is very, very high.
Yeah, likely taking out the sky, maybe just taking a nice little gander as they were trying to get to their drop map. Either way, Mason and Noxy now, we get to kind of tune in here. Seems like they were being held down by a player up on the mountain. Mason's got a lot to deal with. Not the greatest loadout to take it to the distance, but got that extra pizza party with them, so things should be a-okay here. You think about the changes come into this as well, right? Like now kind of becoming a shield utility item. It does make it very interesting to stack up.
Yeah, I think the changes overall to just all heals in this meta is just drastically different. You know, some of our previous qualifiers, you know, we had splashes, we have chug chugs, the slap pizza, we even had slurp juices at times. All of those accumulate into quick heals. You can stay in the zone, you can take fights, and you can heal up rather quickly. With the changes to the meta, not just the weapons but the heals as well, you're gonna see less and less chances of teams being able to stagger themselves back, make those heroic plays because the instant heals aren't there. You have the med kits like you mentioned. The pizza does grant HP, but I think it's like 5 HP each, and then you have bandages. You can go ahead and hit the mending machines, but you've kind of taken away a whole strategy when it comes to this qualifier 4.
Take a look at Yamzo and Josh here. Talk about strategies. They're still staying inside the storm here. After pushing that other duo out, you can see they kind of take their positioning now, bring their heals with them. They're likely looking to buy a little bit of time here. They're in no rush to leave the storm, and you know, you really don't have to worry so much about, well, I was gonna say, you don't have to worry about Storm Surge at all, really, right? It's a completely different dynamic because traditionally it turns off when the 40-player cutoff is there anyways. So for them, it's just more of trying to maintain consistency here and play for an end game now, which is really interesting because it's a very different strategy than some of the other teams might be placing.
Yeah, it's not as easy as just kind of sitting there boxing up because you still have to rotate to zone. And one of the things about Reload, which is widely different than actual BR, is you see there's 12 zones, just like the regular mode. But because it's so stacked and we have the best players in all of NA Central on this, you usually don't get placement points until 10th zone, 11th zone, and especially that's where the meat of it is. And that's also where all the chaos is going down. So taking it just to that portion of the game is only step one. And that's not even the hard part of the entire game. So I like how we're seeing teams like Rise and Curly, they're setting up position next to a launch pad because again, with some of the changes to the meta, launch pads and the way you can't stay in zone are huge.
Yeah, most definitely. Coming over to Higgs and Curve though. He had that first elim. Now we're watching them play box to box. Very curious to see how this duo plays out. This is again the first instances we're seeing for some of these newfound duos playing alongside in a little bit more of a serious environment. Granted, of course, the loadouts, the meta, everything's going to be a little bit different, right? The map's not going to be exactly the same, but at the end of the day, team dynamic, box-to-box fight plays out as you know it, true and the same. Cold and Rapid, what better of a duo to test your might against if you're Higgs and Curve?
Yeah, just looking at Cold loadout there, you see he kind of has that heavy AR. He has the Morphite SMG. You know what that tells me, Monster? That tells me Cold had went down and got rebooted because another one of the big changes in Reload is depending on when you get rebooted back into the game, you kind of get a little bit of a loadout. You see Cold right there. He has that heavy AR. That means he was rebooted at one time or another. Luckily for him, though, Rapid was able to lock down a location, so he's not only able to drop back in, get a full loadout, but do so safely to put them in shape for the rest of this game.
Yeah, interesting. Rapid even goes there to go ahead and consume the pizzas just for that extra 10 HP in order to not use the Flowberry Fizz. Just really flexing how important it is to keep that for endgame, for taking high ground, rotating. There's so much you can do for that, even with a single tick. Ritual Agers, though, on the other side, coming off a little bit of an underwhelming land performance for them. They did manage in the end to pull through a top 15, but it was quite the dicey start. But can they kind of get it all together. You know, pro players have their ups and downs. They have their moments where, you know, you just come up short. Everyone's due for a bad tournament here or there, but now it matters most given that there's just a couple of qualification spots for the next LAN here. Muzz and Sphinx on the other side are looking a lot more comfortable here at the Elite Armory.
Yeah, honestly, Muzz and Sphinx, of course they want to win. You want to line their pockets with just a little bit more money, but they are playing with a whole different pressure than the majority of our teams. In fact, there's only 4 teams that are playing with similar pressure like Muzz and Sphinx because they already have their spot secured. And this time around, Muzz and Sphinx, they are contested by Acorn and Bolt, but because the POI is so big, that allows them the luxury to split it, at least in early games. We'll see how things continue to shake out if Acorn and Bolt need some early game eliminations in the second half of the tournament. But as of now, they're just kind of content playing a slow and standard game of Fortnite.
Yeah, definitely shows that they're playing for the money, not the glory, not the highlights or the clips. They're just trying to pop off and continue to do well for themselves. Let's take a look at what we have going on here. Big rotates coming through like this. They're going to be able to have their pick of the litter right now of where exactly they want to position themselves. Likely to go for a bit of high positioning. But no, instead they go down low, try to get some reforms going here, and recycle some of this building material and play the outer edge.
And this is the portion of the game right now. I would even include 5th zone, 6th zone, where reboots are still on. They are active, and you kind of get that pseudo loadout I was talking about. But Monster, where are you going to land if you go down and get rebooted? That's why 5th zone, 6th zone, even though you do have that second chance opportunity, you do not want to put yourself in a bad position to go down. And that's why you see Cold and Rapid, they're not taking that approach above all the covers, using shockwaves. They're literally on the ground, in the mud right now, just trying to get any bit of crevice they can feel confident with. And they're barely in at the edge of zone. You see they have the fizz, they have the launch pad, so if they play this perfectly, they can rotate and skip the next couple of zones with that launch pad fizz combination.
Yeah, most definitely. And you can tell they need that comeback, right? Trying to fight back for the materials there. We'll see how they end up faring off with the metal. Everyone swapping over to the metal, just given how the Elite Armstrong plays out. Queasy for Scare. We'll update on the loadout. Things are looking pretty good across the board here. And they have those 6 shockwaves to work with as well. Here we go. Zone pops. Gonna push them back to the right side of the map here. Markers are already coming out. This is landing right on top of Rapid and Cold there. Early rotates coming through from Muzz and Sphinx. No surprises there.
I'm seeing a decent spread for most of the teams here. A good chunk of them already got essentially a good pull towards the front side of zone over towards Elite Armory. It's the one towards the back that you do still got to worry about. And if you kind of look at the loadout, 3 shockwaves in Cold. They have the 1 launch pad for Rapid. So just looking at the loadout, looking at where we're at in the zone, Cold and Rapid might need to get an elimination here, some sort of refresh the second half of the game, but they're in no rush to do that. Josh Diamzo, much better position, lacking some med kits, but overall they're maxed out with the fizz. They have decent shockwaves. They have a little bit of a rotation to go, but because they have those shockwaves, they can one-hop their way there just like this.
Yeah, this is a team that I'm really excited about. You know, I wanted to see a lot more from Josh, you know, meeting him for the first time at that LAN event, but hey, gotta get those early in-person game jitters out the way. So he's now gotten that experience under the belt. Talking about teams that are, again, needing to pick up the performances here. AJ's dropping a little early here. So Ritual's forced to drop this pizza party. They're going to have to play what they can with a little bit of white heels that they do have now. And this is where we talked about zone 10 or so. Things are going to start getting really interesting here. Agers once again, unfortunately, gets caught on the rotate out the sky there. Looks like they were trying to Flowberry fizz their way in, and it just doesn't work out for them.
Yeah, literally the last team to rotate in. Everybody looking back and trying to target him out. Agers able to kind of roll his way in towards the zone, hopefully trying to get some of those builds on over to Ritual, but I don't think he's in a position to reap any of that reward. Muzz and Sphinx looking down, trying to get space. They're the ones that are going to get all of that loot and all of the options as well, because you see Sphinx making sure to grab that launch pad here, going back in for seconds, and this is going to be a big tool in the tool belt of Muzz and Sphinx. You combine that launch pad with the fizz. So many other teams are going to do it, and that's how you bypass a lot of the chaos that goes down below.
Yeah, they're setting themselves up for success here in game number 1. It's going to save them a ton of material. Bolts, Acorn already on the move now, using the shockwave to get that stamina boost there. It's going to allow them to get a nice, perfect early rotate to the front side of zone. They'll be able to creep their way in here shortly. Other teams making a move now. More shots coming out. Bolts just eyeing up the competition nearby, just trying to download what's happening all around him here as they're looking to prepare. Queasy, of course, looking to set himself up for the high ground here, staying true to the moniker and bringing Scare alongside of him. Scare's already had a couple eliminations there. He's second guessing himself. You saw a Ritual up there. Might have just rendered out of distance there for a second.
It's one of the benefits of the launch pad with the Fizz. Up top, smooth sailing. Curve down below, though, going through a bit of struggles. Not even necessarily in the same box of Higgs. They're going to be separated, but Higgs is trying to put in some damage, force all the other teams out. They're probably telling each other, we'll reunite later. We just need to make it past this struggle here. Higgs is going to lead the charge, get to the front, allow for Curve to back him up. Cold and Rapid, same thing for them, but just a few less resources than we've seen on some of the competition so far. He's going in for an elimination on the Dozier, but gets cut short for the ramp. But persistence is there from Cold and Rapid. They just need to find the opening.
Not gonna lie, it's so interesting watching Cole kind of lead the charge there. You saw it was his decision to turn back and try to fight on the edge of the zone there for a refresh. Talking about teams rendering out of distance, looking up at the sky, of course, you have the Bolts and Acorn here, the latest to take the launch pad and float up to the sky here. Visuals and Braids are right underneath them, and they're almost trailing them, right? Trying to bait them to likely take the shots from Queasy and Scare, who, by the way, were contested. They were challenged a bit there. I'm curious about their mat counts, but jumping over to Muzz and Sphinx, already eliminations are starting to come through. Cold and Rapid end up picking up the first set.
Yeah, that's a big elimination for them. We saw the huge lack of resources. You even see it so. Rapid, the one that usually leads the charge, tarping. The bait and switch, Cold's going to go ahead and buy him time so that way he can heal up safely. Rise went down. Curly's by himself. And there's 18 teams still up, Monster. 3 teams need to go down for just the slightest of placement points, but there's 7 solos running around this lobby trying to hold on. Make it 8 as Bochi does go down to Neo. Him and Noisy still wreaking havoc here any chance that they do get.
Crazy. Almost a majority of the lobby is solo at this moment, but either way, you just got to stand up a little bit longer to start earning yourself some placement points. Meanwhile, talking about the high ground team, that material count is starting to run low. Cold finds another team by the wall. There it is, a full team elimination there. That's one of the duos that was in the lobby, so still plenty of solos left. But as I start to talk it out, Queasy ends up getting taken out there. Scare's left by himself. Enough and Salt actually end up fighting for the high ground here. And now Acorn and Bolts are thinking about it.
Yeah, you see them on that second layer. That's something that Acorn and Bolts do best. They just hide underneath them. They basically mirror their tarp. That way they're not an easy target, and they can safely move through and decide what they want to do. But a lot of the pressure from Enough and Salt and going to everybody else down below. Iamzo, Josh probably taking some of that pressure. But as they're getting distracted, Bolts, Acorn are going up. They're going for the high ground. Said they were waiting for this moment. Bolts even hitting mammoth shots on the fly to secure the high ground for him and Acorn here in game 1, putting themselves in the driver's seat.
Resurgence of that mammoth pistol in the hands of these pros are just so deadly. Let's see what Bolts can do here now, though. As they miss all their shots, they're actually out of material as well. It's Iamzo who's got the strong positioning up top, and even he has to concede it here in a second, but he bounces back to another little bit of high ground nearby. Meanwhile, Rapid's by himself. Cold finally gets eliminated there. Sales and Vert here jumping into the box, the opponents pushing everyone out. But what I'm seeing is all the teams we've jumped into, very few of them have any mats to work with.
Yeah, Sales even just dropping scraps, hoping Vert can make at least one piece to work with. Bolts, turns, and burns, takes down Curly, ends a huge solo run, but they lost their high ground throughout all this. A necessary evil for them to try to stay alive. Sales goes down. Vert has to abandon ship. He can't be the hero if he doesn't have any builds here, and there's still players pushing in from all sides. They were contested up above, and now it's Josh and Iamzo on the high ground.
The only duos actually left in the lobby right now, but no, as I talk, we're just hitting everyone with the caster curse game after game, round after round. But here we have it, Iamzo just trying to figure out, where did my teammate fall from? Who was it that put the damage down? And even he's left confused here. Acorn and Bolt are the only duo standing, but once again they get demolished by Iamzo. What is happening?
Back-to-back eliminations by Iamzo. He took high ground and he made sure to make it count. Now he's going against Neo and Noisy down below. We've seen them take out multiple teams. 9 eliminations so far, but huge chunks of HP going out the window. Iamzo dropping, taking the fight to them and taking game number 1.
So deserving as well. They really fought back for it, and Iamzo clutching up the 2v1 when it mattered most. But even he, for a moment there, had to find himself, had to get his bearings back on the tracks there, because there was just so much going down there, Jacob.
Yeah, Josh and Yamzo almost got taken down by Acorn. It was so close, but a team that already has their spot secured wins game number 1, Zeke.
Zoe? Hello? We just win a 1v2 like that casually in game number 1? Okay, Vivid, I don't even know. I'm not gonna lie, I was like, man, you know, Zoe, you really did all you could. Second place, pretty dang. Oh, you won. I forgot who Zoe was. Sorry about that, everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and leave. Good luck,
Really?
everybody. Good luck.
You forgot who Zoe was? Zeke, I mean, come on. These guys got 8th, 4th, and 2nd in the last 3 qualifiers. They were actually the 3rd most consistent duo in terms of placements, being beat out just by Cold and Rapid and Peter and Poya. But yeah, they kind of just won out in terms of the flip-flop that was kind of happening on the high ground. And after that, it was all she wrote. I mean, I know MDF was kind of feeling the hurt a little bit when he saw Josh kind of go down, but Yamza still being alive, man. He can never count these guys out.
Yeah, and we saw that flip-flop on height. Like Vivid said, it looks like Yamzo and Josh took it at the perfect time. For a second there, it got scary with Acorn and Storm taking out Josh. It was the 1v2. Yamzo took the W for game number 1, showing why they have that spot already secured in the Esports World Cup.
And that's what's interesting, right, Blake? Because if they are in the top, let's say 5, right, that is, now we're not looking at the top 2 to qualify. We're looking at the top 3, right? Every team that has already qualified, they're going to make that roll down 1 additional slot. So, wow, I'm just shocked. That was a crazy clutch out of Zoe. You love to see it. That was just game number 1. We are going to go to a break. When to return, we got to talk about more because there was a ton of things happening on the high ground. We'll see you in just a minute. Welcome back, everyone, to the Reload Elite Series. Game number 1 starts with a bang. Josh and Yamzo come out with a victory royale to start things off. Oh my goodness. There's so much to break down because High Ground was just crazy. I'd love to take a look at the standings though, because after that victory royale, Josh and Yamzo are currently in first place. But as we mentioned right before the break, that little llama crown, that means they've already qualified. So now that top 2 becomes a top 3. If we stop the competition right now, this would be the top 3 to move on. But obviously 7 more games to go. Acorn and Bolts here. Wowie, wow. They are looking to earn themselves that qualifying spot. 63 points out of the duo. Now, obviously at 3rd place, 6 elims is pretty good, right? But you know, Vivid, if we keep this consistency throughout the next 7 games, I feel like this is an easy qual, right?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. The duo is already looking good, and surprisingly enough, kind of going up for the higher ground. You can see this is kind of when the mess started. We did see Queasy and Scare have a pretty solid foothold on it for the beginning of the moving zones, but as soon as it kind of entered that 11 zone is where all the duos started to go up for it. And Acorn and Bolts after that, even though they did, kind of lose the high ground that they went ahead and secured, they did have to drop down and eventually did go down and get 1v2 there by Yamza. But, you can't even blame the guys. Yamza was kind of on one that game.
Yeah, and we talked about, are these players feeling the pressure today? And we said no. And Acorn and Bolts are showing that. They have something to prove. They had a crazy qualifier 1, struggled in qual 2 and 3, and they're here in qualifier 4, showing up in game number 1, showing the potential that they have.
I loved seeing Higgs and Curve there in that first game as well, right? Super low front side of zone. Keep pushing on, They're really trying to make a name for themselves here. And that was a pretty strong first game, right? It was a top 10 at 7th place with 6 eliminations again, right? So though this is just game number 1, I have to believe we're just going to keep this pace going, right, Viv? I just have to believe this is Higgs, this is Curve, we can qual.
Yeah, a lot of the times I like to favor some of the teams that do play these, kind of like front low or like low ground positions. Obviously, it is still being fought for. Like, we have some big name duos down there. Obviously, we're going to say like Cold and Rapid start to fight for that as well. But, the fact that we did just kind of talk about how chaotic high ground kind of looked, and the fact that Higgs and Curves are a duo that kind of are going to be playing that low to mid ground layers, and they're already doing pretty well. I feel like I would favor this duo just a little bit more than maybe I initially did, just because of how scary high ground looks.
Yeah, and I think we got to give credit. They only got 7th place, but 7th place is final moving zone, because we saw that final zone close and there were still top 10 teams. So getting that consistency in game number 1 is a great start for them. And if they keep it up, they're going to be on their way to the Esports World Cup.
Woo! And I obviously want to top my hat to Noisy and Neo in that game. 2nd place with 9 eliminations.
Yeah. Wow.
Man, I'd love to continue breaking this down, but I'm getting word. Games are ready. We're jumping right back into the action. So casters, take it away.
Honestly, that was a good game number 1, Monster. Yamzo and Josh really setting the tone and the pace, contesting that high ground late in the game. But as you know, in an 8-game tournament series, it's the second half where things start to ramp up in terms of pressure. So let's just get right into game 2 and keep it going.
Yeah, I tend to forget how fast these games pick up and then close, and that's why we have 8 rounds of this ahead of us. This time, though, Higgs gets the touch base. Last game, he's saying, hey, Monster, give us a little second. Let me get down and situated. This time, he takes out threats pretty quickly, but Agers is here as well, so a lot of I guess influence here at the drop. Agers is going to find himself elimination. Curve has to play very smart here. Little does he know, Agers has got no backup, but better safe than sorry here. Talk about quite the mix-up as this all just went down that fast.
I thought it was just going to be double contested over at Hostile Hold. You got Dozier's team. You got, along with Tyler, you got Higgs and Curve, who kind of split off. And then you have Muzz. Muzz and Sphinx are literally on 2 different points of the map as of now. But Muzz already has a spot secured. Knows waiting until the last second to get eliminations can be good. You can make a run. But why not build yourself a cushion early? Already with this 1 elimination, Muzz is affecting the whole other side of the map. The big thing, though, does Acorn and Bolts notice that Sphinx might be a solo?
I think this is really interesting from Muzz's side, too, if you think about it, because all the commentary we provided game 1 for Muzz and Sphinx was, hey, they're qualified, they're playing very passive, it looks like they just want a shot at the money, right? But this is like a completely different tune here, and I think they recognize that as well, like you mentioned. But look at this, for Bolts and Acorn finding that early elimination here onto Salt. It's gonna be a nice pickup too, considering Salt and his teammate made it very far into last game, and they were playing pretty much a spoiler for some. Back over to Muzz, just fighting with no fear here. And he is actually popping off, claiming body after body. This is a big pickup, though. That's onto the likes of Scare. Obviously, Queasy's duo here, so Muzz has got to be careful. There could be danger nearby.
Yeah, this is, I feel like from what we've seen, it could be more. We've already seen at least 25% of the lobby land separate from their actual teammate in a way to try to get eliminations. And if you imagine, Agers was already in the feed taking down threats, so Muzz has some sort of a clue if he remembers that Ritual might be by himself. I saw in the feed that Poyo already got elimination onto Salt, so Enough might be by himself, and now he's taking a 2v1 against Pete and Poyo. I do believe he lasted long enough to get his teammate back in the game. Yes, he did, but he's gonna fall, and now they're getting put in the spin cycle.
Oh, there you have it. Last game. You know, if you missed them, now you get to see exactly what they're here to do. 2 quick eliminations for Peterbot and Poyo here. Already starting to rack things up. Meanwhile, in the feed, though, Boji gets the best of Rapid. Booga gets the best of Queasy. So a lot is already unfolding here in game number 2 as the action seems to be picking up here. But, hey, what we're noticing, though, Jacob, like we talked about in the last game, is that duos, full duos, aren't quite yet fully eliminated, right? So there are still all the teams in the game that basically have a chance.
Yeah, I believe in duos compared to, you know, trios and squads. It's about a 12-second respawn timer, which gets cut down for every knock or full squad wipe plus elimination that you do get. So if your teammate does go down and you're able to get a knock, even if you can't clean up the elimination, that just gets them back into the game a little bit faster. And it's just all about surviving if you know your teammate went down. We saw Bolts go down in the feed before, Acorn surviving long enough, Peterbot and Poyo. A kind of a different approach than we've seen some of the other teams doing so far. We've seen solos venture out, try to pick up the eliminations, but Peterbot and Poyo not being in game 1, they have some time to make up, and they're doing it together.
Yeah, I like this. And not only that, they're not looking for solos, they're fighting full duos. They're like, what's up? What do you guys want to do? They are just taking the battle to anyone who wants to entertain them. Booga sticking around for a little too long. He's poking his head out, poking the bear here. And now Peterbot and Poyo have officially marked them out and have considered if they want to push that way. We'll see what ends up happening. Take a look here, though. Jack and Boji, we talked about that Booga fight. Well, it's Jack who kind of initiates here. Boji follows up, gets the finish onto Rapid there. And those are great points now starting to rack up. You know, when you saw the leaderboard there after game number 1, 6 elims was our first place team. Really not that much, right? Considering it's a reload format, you can get so much more. So I like this early aggression from everyone.
Yeah, I think everybody, you know, game number 1, it doesn't matter what format it is. It's kind of that feeler out type of game. How are the teams playing? Where are they landing? What kind of risks they're kind of willing to go for in certain situations. I think a rather slow and tame game in game number 1, everybody is getting that similar idea. It's time to pick up the pace. It's time to get aggressive and really take control over their own destiny when it comes to this qualifier 4. You don't want to look back when you're in game 7, game 8, thinking, man, we should have just got more aggressive. 1 or 2 eliminations could have changed the course of our entire tournament. So I like teams doing that right out of the gates here.
Most definitely here. Well, start to zoom in here onto Chimp in 20's situation right now. Zone 3 here approaching. They're actually playing this nice and slow here, trying to see if they can catch an ambush, maybe someone unsuspecting rotating nearby, but there's just no movement here in the center map right now. Rise and Curly don't want to expose themselves too early at all. They're doing the exact same thing, just kind of looking around here, biding their time, waiting for endgame.
The only unfortunate thing is if you kind of look at the difference between Rise and Curly kind of sitting in this spot, hunkered down. They're not maxed out in terms of their loot and materials, but comparison to 20 and Chip that have 20 builds combined, that's a world of difference. So the longer they stay there, the harder it's going to be for them as the zone gets closer and closer, forcing the action with a lot of these teams. Dozier and Tyler, no eliminations this time around. They probably saw how busy their actual POI was this game, and they're just trying to take a slower approach, a more careful and calculated one.
Look at this. Talk about careful and calculated. Queasy just trying to take his time here. Still working his way through the zone, but you can see the opponents are sitting right above him, and Scare's going to take that unnecessary damage here from the rotate. Queasy's trying to see what he can do here to back him up with some shots, but just such a disadvantage having your opponent sit up on this bridge, and Gretz is no stranger. This is actually where he shines best. He's got some exceptional aim here. The Mammoth pistol in hand, too.
Especially since he's already upgraded it once. And that's one of those things you can kind of just see, even if you don't know where the shots are coming up. if at least 90 HP or more gets kind of chunked off a player, you know, a Mammoth or a hunting rifle has something to do about it. And hitting both of these players down below, Threats and Visuals are now getting the confidence to try to push on over. Queasy kind of stuck in a weird spot, trying to go ahead and make it to where that indestructible terrain is on the backside, and that way he can kind of find a way out of this position. Because even if Queasy and Scare have to abandon each other, as long as one of them stays alive, that's a win.
Yeah, well, at least Scare and Queasy get hip to hip here. Visuals and Threats end up peeling back just a little bit. I'm assuming the zone revealed to them. They have quite some distance to go here. As do Bolt and Acorn now. The zone's going to continue to pull north, northeast. This is not going to be favorable at all for these teams. But hey, Bolts already has those 2 elims. So he's sitting pretty strong here. Going to go ahead and mark out Northern's duo there to the side, as Peterbot and Boyo likely playing the opposite side of that duo as well. Let's take a look what Higgs and Curve are up to right now. Entering in from the Storm side. They've taken a lot of damage here.
Yeah, luckily for them, they don't got to rotate at all for this zone and possibly the next one as well. Basically right in the center, give or take a few centimeters north or south. And for Higgs and Curve, they don't even necessarily need the eliminations. They had a little bit of a different strategy this time around. Higgs did get that one trying to go for early aggression. Unfortunately enough, it didn't last for long, but Curve was able to stay alive to get that reboot back into Higgs and put them in a good spot here. And you can see why them and a bunch of these other teams are trying to lock down a spot inside of the zone. It's only the 5th, so reboots are still on. But just like I said in that last game, Monster, where are you going to land? What loot are you going to get? So going down here can put a huge damper on your game.
It's getting a little nervous for a second. I saw someone moving in quick on the zone there. Peterbot and Boyer were moving, but just a team floating on by for some new positioning. But even there, things are starting to get pieced together here for Peterbot Boyo. Looking off in the side, you have Muzz and Sphinx. Looking a little hurt. The fact that they haven't healed yet seems to have had a little bit of a desperate early game so far, and the Storm not treating them very nice. Scare and Queasy still opting to play deep into the Storm here. They got to be careful with that Storm sickness, and also the lurk here from Enough and Salt, who are beating out the bandages right now. But they don't get seen, so they're just going to go ahead and use these themselves. So a couple of chug barrels there too, so it should be just fine to bounce back and get back into this game here.
Yeah, if they have enough gold, they got that mending machine. They probably took some patch-ups right there. It might have been cheaper to do the med kit, but timing is everything here, especially since they know Queasy and Scare already bypassed them on this rotation. The longer you go, the more teams that could potentially kind of hold you out from one zone to the next, though. You're seeing half, or at least a good portion of the zone is open water on the north side. The western side has the mountain as elevation changes. There's a huge dip in the middle. The east side, something similar. So this zone, honestly, if you're not prepared for it, have your IGL strategically trying to figure out what rotation you're going to make. This one's going to be terrifying.
Yeah, this is a pretty tough zone. I'm not sure I'd want to be caught anywhere in the near term of the valley of this kind of layout here, but this is where Yamzo and Josh feel comfortable, kind of opting to be a little bit low here, not over committing to one side nor the other, depending on, of course, where the next zone pulls will determine a lot. Some are actually opting to stay inside the Storm there too. Overall, seems to be like everyone here is just going to be looking to buy their time, right? There's 19 duos still standing here. Things are going to start heating up very quickly once we get into that zone 8 and 9 final movings.
You see majority of the teams kind of stacked up on the left side where that mountain range is. And that's for good reason, because if the zone pulls back on over to the west, the teams that did not position there are going to have a hard time having to use their shock waves or their launch pads or even crash pads to try to get up that mountain. Everybody else is already there. And if it pushes away towards the north, towards the east, it's just one shock wave from the top of that mountain. So they're prioritizing a future position instead of just trying to get somewhere that has less and less players kind of stacked around. But in a few seconds here, Monster, reboots will turn off. So all these eliminations going in the feed, you better hope they go ahead and reboot before that timer doesn't allow them to.
Yeah, just a couple seconds now. And here we have it. Reboots are officially shut off. So things are going to play much more standardly here and now. No more room for error. Bolt and Acorn go for a quick rotate here. Ooh, little mistake there. The little Volt up. Bolt's going to be forced to use a shockwave. But either way, Acorn Pretty much pauses things down, waits for his teammate here. Look at this. This is cutting across the water, so it actually is going just about the worst place it could have gone, to where most of this wasn't in land for the early rotate. So you have to have shockwave off of the high ground and across this lake here.
And interesting enough, I think Threats and Visuals might have been one of the only teams that positioned on this north side, kind of predicting it would go over towards the water. But as soon as it does, you saw the lay of the land. So many teams immediately shockwave over. They use their crash pads to try to cover the distance. Peterbot and Pollo, a few seconds ago, were one of the teams that were trying to emerge as the high ground leader. Muds and Sphinx, though, this is a team, they don't necessarily go up for the high ground unless they have a clear cut and open opportunity. They like running these mid layers, finding perfect eliminations, and then catching teams off guard. So Peterbot and Pollo, they have to watch out for that, and so many other teams using shockwaves and launch pads to try to take away this high ground.
Well, we saw Queasy and Scared last game try to go for high ground early. Didn't work out. Peterbot and Pollo looking to mirror that same situation, but execute a little bit better. We'll see what they can do. They're entering in, keep in mind, with pretty much max material, so it doesn't get better than that. But once again, 20 teams pretty much still standing here. This is a very, very much contested lobby right now. All the good teams are still in the game here. Peterbot, Pollo, no resistance right now, but look at how everyone is kind of favored onto that side because they rotated in from there, and it's actually going right back across the water where the majority of the lobby actually just came from.
Yeah, typically I think this is disastrous, the open water, the land, but as you said, that's literally the exact location. So there could be some builds to utilize in that direction. And I think that's why Agers and Ritual, they have a decent spot in zone for now. They know other teams are going to have to shockwave and rotate in front of them, and that's what they're going to use to try to get some damage, hopefully pick up some sort of elimination before they themselves are forced to have to rotate forward. Boji does go down, essentially leaving Jack by himself on this rotation. You see Cold, Rapid, they're getting ready to use that launch pad. They don't want to have to go through this 8th zone and fight for their lives.
I like this. I like this play a lot. I think that's the smartest thing you could do. All the other teams are thinking the same exact thing because the terrain's really interesting. Not only is it cutting across the water, that water, the majority of the players shockwave across it anyway. So it's completely open terrain. Anyone who sets up early down there is likely going to get targeted off of some fresh builds, but Queasy, Scare want a touchdown first. Muzz and Sphinx end up getting the first little bit of land there as well. But it's Peterbot and Pollo who've opted to stay low and just target all the teams here in the distance. And they still want to keep fighting for this high ground here, really trying to bully up. I like it. They got it.
Yeah, it's a huge investment of resources, though. Night Zone, a little early from what we've seen from game number 1. Teams trying to take it in the 11th and 12th zone to try to disrupt all the plans that they have going on. But you can see Curve was able to get another drop on a Noisy, but not able to reap the rewards just yet. Not even fully clean up that elimination. Sphinx is going to actually steal that one away. Yamzo gets one onto Mason of his own. So already you're seeing duos being separated, left into solos. A bad peek for Yamzo, trying to go over the top. Gets stuffed with a big shot, but at least he's able to survive and get to the front side of the zone, which is huge.
Yeah, this is crazy too. This is the first time we're going to see Pollo on high ground with a rocket launcher as well. That RPG is devastating from up above. So this is going to be a very interesting endgame now. Cold and Rapid playing the mid-ground layer right here. Zone's going to continue to pull Eastern, so they will have to fight their way through these teams. But just the pressure they're laying down alone has forced those teams to give them the layer for free now. Meanwhile, on the ultimate low, Muzz and Sphinx are playing the front side here, already fighting through. Higgs and Curve looking to join them as well, repeating their positioning from the last game too.
You can see with those early game eliminations, they were able to kind of set themselves up with loadout. We saw them kind of stagger themselves. Pollo with a little bit of a splat, dropped down to 1 HP. I saw it in the background for Booga as well. This one with Peterbot going down puts a lot of pressure onto Pollo, but what we've seen through recent weeks, even months, Pollo is one not to be messed with. He shoots another rocket, not able to connect, but he's pushing players further and further down below into one another.
I'm pretty sure he rocketed himself because there's no way Peterbot took his own self-fall damage there. So something went wrong with the RPG, but it's Queasy and Scare who took control of the high ground once again here. I think Queasy's just trying to make a statement here on NA, showing that they can win games. That's all that they want to do and prove right now. But look at this. Ritual loses Agers there in the box. He has to scramble out now. Gets caught by another team there. They don't quite know here. Meanwhile, on the other side of the wall, Ritual needs a refresh or something to keep him in the game here, but he manages to slip his way out of there too.
Yeah, I'm not sure how he's able to survive all this, but with 17 HP, still has a dream going right now. Even Shockwaves, but he's quickly running out of builds. Acorn and Bolts as well. With little material left, they instantly have to Shockwave to the front. Muzz, though, Sphinx, different plans, 2 more eliminations. They got a refresh. Muzz right now is controlling that full front side of the zone, but Booga and Braids. Booga's another one. He's splatted down to 1 HP. Braids keeping him alive, and for good reason. They make it into the top 6.
Well, there you have it. 6 elims for them as well. So talk about a comeback story here in game number 2. But look at the consistency now. Coming in for Cold and Rapid, jumping them up to near 100+ points. Bolts, though, still in the game. Finds more eliminations. That's going to bring them up to 7 now. Muzz, Sphinx still cooking here on the low ground as well. Just chopping things up, making it look nice and easy for them as they're in full control and very healthy as well. But have they met their match here? Cold, though, unfortunately gets put out. Muzz gets put out as well. And it's all up to Rapid here to try to make something big happen, but Sphinx with a great shot from the side here. This is all Sphinx builds, and he, of course, manages to get the full cleanup.
Yeah, you don't have those instant heals. Have to keep on moving forward. Salt and enough out of nowhere so far. 5 eliminations. We saw multiple teams on the high ground, but they are going to be the last one standing up above. Sphinx gets an elimination onto Braids. Big shot onto 1, and now he has the high ground, trying to turn the tables the best that he can, but enough in Salt. They concede the elevation. They're saying, hey, if you want to win this fight, you're going to have to come down to us. Heal off is not possible, but Salt goes up, trying to distract Sphinx, but I'm not sure it's actually working because he's down to just a sliver of HP, but Sphinx fighting with every fiber of his being. Somehow the zone doing some of the work, getting the knock onto Salt, shockwaving up. He knows he needs the Cypher to stay alive. 2 ticks left, and Sphinx gets cut short along with Muzz. Enough and Salt clutch up to take game 2.
And we've seen Enough and Salt do very well in the end games here. They did good in game number 1. They do great in game number 2. But what a close game there. Sphinx with the hero play, trying to go for the high ground. Very well executed. But in the end, I am Enough. And Salt the 3x there. Zeke, take it away.
Oh, man. Oh, you fly from the air. You send a shotgun shot, and you think, all right, it's cool. I'm about to get a little help. Nope. Look, second place still pretty good. And Blake, this is big, right? Salt and Enough getting themselves a victory royale as a duo in a chaotic game. It's got to feel awesome.
Yeah, Salt, obviously an up-and-coming player. He got top 10 in back-to-back solo series, now showing what he can do in a duo game mode. Actually, my ex-duo, so it's good to see him out there getting his first victory royale in his first Reload finals.
Listen, Blake, I mean, you were telling me and Zeke, what was going on behind the scenes. This is actually now multiple times over the course of just these 2 games. We have seen this duo going up for the high ground. You got to tell the people what you told us, man. Go on.
Hey, I was talking to Salt before this. I was like, hey, man, go out there. You got this. Play confident. He's like, we're going for height 8 out of 8. And what happened the first 2 games? We saw them on height, both of them, and they take the victory royale in game number 2. So it's going to be really interesting to see if they can keep up this pace, this momentum that they have going into game number 3.
Yeah, love to see it. Obviously, there's a bunch of big name duos going up for the high ground, so they do have a tall task ahead of them. But I mean, obviously, so far it is working out perfectly. Obviously, first game they did get cut down a little bit short, but second game works out, like I said, perfectly as well. They pick up the VR, and obviously it's going to switch up the standings a lot. We'll have to see very shortly, Zeke, if it's going to be enough, though, to put them in that top 2.
We'll have to see, Viv. We'll have to see. 105 points is quite a bit, but we'll see after this short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more action from the Reload Elite series.
Taking from me, this one right here's only for me. My too back. Oh, oh, just like that. I see a dub in my future stats. Oh, I know a place you can go. The doghouse outside my massive abode. It's lovely, it's cushy, and sometimes it's cold. Now sit and watch me get this gold. Oh, I want it all. I bounce back. I just want it all. I just want it all. Bounce, bounce back. Said you want it all, but you want it all. Said you want it all. Bounce back. Said you want it all, but you want it all. I can have it all. If you knock me down, I will feel the fall. I just got that gold. Bounce back. I just want it all. I just want it all. I'll keep it. I'll keep bouncing. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I keep coming back. I can't hold it back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I keep coming back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I can't hold it back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I keep coming back. Yeah, I'm bouncing
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the Reload Elite series. Game number 2 is done. And man, it was a crazy game to say the least. We got a victory out from Enough and Salt. Sphinx couldn't quite get the finish there for the Siphon, but you know, second place is still awesome. Now remember, right before the break, we said 105 points. Where does that place the duo? Was we bring up the leaderboard? Guess what? They're actually currently in second place because Acorn and Bolt have somehow taken over first place. Game number 1, third place, 6 elims. Game number 2, a 5th with 7. You know, Viv, this is Acorn and Bolts we are talking about, right? If there's anyone that can climb the leaderboard, that can put the leaderboard on notice, it's them.
Listen, obviously these guys are capable of doing anything. They're, you know, 2 of the best players on the region, but to see them actually be the team in first place in terms of, obviously they're in first place on the leaderboard as well, but on the back foot of that, it's just the eliminations as well. And you can take a look at it right here. It's just all on the back foot of Bolt. Their first game was going to be 6 eliminations, third place. That second game right there, 5th place with 7 eliminations. So the eliminations right now for the duo, when we're kind of used to just seeing the consistency factor for whatever duo Acorn is a part of, the fact that they're finding the frags right now, super scary for the rest of the lobby.
And this is what happens when you have that veteran IGL experience that Acorn has with the fragging capability of Bolt. They're here with something to prove. Like we said, they want that EWC spot. They can't see themselves not qualifying. So, you know, they're popping off. First place, 119 points. Like Vivid said, top of the Elims leaderboard too.
They're taking destiny into their own hands, right? Another duo we saw there. We kind of talked about a little bit in 6th place, up 10 spots. Muzz and Sphinx. We saw Sphinx had the solo clutch there. And look, even though he didn't get the VR, he still hit a 2nd place as a solo. Given how chaotic these games can be, that's still a bunch of placement points.
Oh yeah, 100%. Obviously, these guys are already qualified. So, you know, no matter what happens today, they're going to be happy. But obviously, they're still going to want to place well, right? Kind of compete for some of that prize money. And this has been a duo, actually. We saw it in the first game. We see it in the second game. Consistently kind of fighting for the low ground, finding themselves into the mix. And right now, it's obviously working.
Yeah, and Sphinx literally just a millisecond off of winning this game. If he would have got that Siphon onto Salt, but unfortunately the Storm took him out. Still an amazing game. 7 elimination, 2nd place. A very good follow-up game to their first, which was only a 16, pushing them up to 7th place.
Man, so close. That Siphon would have made the difference. It's all good, though. It's all good. That was just the first 2 games. We have 6 more to go. So, casters, prepare ourselves for game number 3.
I do think that game was very telling because when we started the show, we were looking at 7 teams in focus, but then all of a sudden, I Am Enough and Salt kind of throw their name in the mix. There's always that team that can be the disruptor, Jacob, and that's what we're seeing here now.
Yeah, already 2 games have showed that high ground, no matter what zone it is, never seems to be safe. We know Acorn and Bolts go for it. We saw them almost get it, but unfortunately, it's Enough and Salt that are pulling off. And I said it to start the show, 2026, year of the underdogs. Just Salt and Enough are going to have to hold on. Game 3 is ready. Let's see if they can do it.
All right, Jacob, this is the last qualifier. These games go by pretty quickly, but those points jump up even faster. If you blink, you missed it, because all of a sudden now we have Acorn and Bolt holding the crown here, and all they have to do is maintain that lead. You know, my biggest highlight for them was obviously that they played so well at the LAN. All things considering, they are clearly one of the stronger duos in the lobby, and this reload mode is just playing into their favor. But give that a second. Jump in with Higgs here. Back to back now, losing to Dozier on the drop this time. Not as many other teams in the mix here as Muzz and Sphinx have decided to mix things up themselves. No Agers either. That was kind of a crazy game 2 drop there.
Going to show that sometimes the early game antics may not necessarily always be the best decision. You see Jack in the feed taking down Rapid. Bolts straying far away from his actual drop spot along with Acorn. There's a lot of space there, so no necessarily too much to worry about, but he's inching closer and closer to Salt and Enough, who's currently the second place team right behind they themselves, who's in first. He's ready to take the full-on fight, but a lot of that damage going on to Bolt, and it's not slowing down anytime soon, but back-to-back shots. The Sentinel pump is going to take down Salt, and you already see he has one upgrade on that more fight Sentinel, looking for another.
Just a statement elimination. Bolts, take a look from his perspective what all was happening here. He had already picked up an Elam right before this, then finds Agers, then hunts down Salt there, but unfortunately the momentum jump in and they earned themselves a few points. You can see I Am Enough there in the distance, just waiting. Peterbot though thinking about hunting him down. Yeah, they had the marker almost perfectly there, Jacob.
Yeah, just knowing exactly where he's at, hearing all the noise, seeing the fights, and now you see they basically get almost a fully upgraded more fight Sentinel there if they do want it. But the action's not slowing down. Jack was able to get that first elimination of the game, I do believe, onto Rapid. Now they get their possible second one onto Vert next. Sales, you kind of see him on the outskirts, just trying to stay alive. 12 seconds is all he needs to get Vert back into the game.
You gotta give Jack and Boji their respect. They continuously show up in fun eliminations here. They haven't quite earned the placement points that is deserving of them, but they definitely have had their fair share of good fights go in their favor. Jumping back to Neo and Noisy, though, this is a team that has been consistent all around, but Noisy has to stay alive here. And now Booga and Braids have a chance here to actually send his team back to the lobby if they can find them sooner rather than later, but they're giving him a little too much time to recoup here. Get situated. Booga trying to move in to support Braids here for the Elam. There's so much to pick from because Braids somehow held this all down by himself, by the way. And Neo and Noisy, you have to think about it, playing phenomenally well when it comes to these early game fights.
Yeah, and I know we talk about the loophole all the time, the mythic drum gun. You don't want to end up in the box with Braids. He's going to spray through just like that. Noisy's going to go down. Braids not taking a single scratch, and you can kind of see why they weren't getting aggressive at first. Booga wasn't necessarily there. Neo had respawn. I saw on the mini-map that Booga was toying with the idea of maybe chasing him off, but with the new cutting the mechanic glider of that, it's much harder to take these people out of the sky if there's trees and different terrains into the mix. But Northern Caliper, no strangers to finals either. I do believe they had a top 10 performance in one of the qualifiers, just unfortunately fell a little too short. But it's all experience at the end of the day, especially now that they picked up that elimination on the 20.
Very nice Elam there. Caliper kind of looking off in the distance, trying to figure out what he wants to do to support this fight here. Chimp's looking for an angle. Northern has his vision a bit blocked there by the trees, so not exactly excited with the prospect of finishing the fight on the layer that he was on. But look at this, even as Chimp's teammate ends up loading back in, he gets taken out immediately. So this is a desperate situation to be in. Northern doesn't even realize, neither does Caliper realize that Chimp is by himself. Either way though, he manages to somehow sneak out of there. 20 gets back in the game. They have a chance though to still stay in this game and hopefully bounce back here shortly.
Yeah, it's just having Chimp and 20 reunite is going to be tough, because I talked about, you know, when you go down, you get rebooted, you spawn right above your teammate. Well, if you're in zone, you spawn inside of the zone, not necessarily outside it, so 20 is not going to have too much of a chance to try to close the gap and get back to Chimp, especially more so now it went from one team hunting to a second, which is Peterbot and Pollo, and you know how they play. They make sure they clean up every single scrap, and there goes the elimination onto Chimp. I will say there is a silver lining though, Monster, because it's going to better the chances of Chimp and 20 finally being able to reunite once he gets rebooted back in the game.
Yeah, definitely. They're going to get both sent back to the storm line. But Peterbot and Boyo, their timing impeccable right now as they've shown up time and time again here to find teams just in desperation and shambles. See what Salt ends up managing to make happen there as he's on the outskirts. On over to Rise and Curly here. Just taking the pick of the litter here for the loadouts. They found some leftover loot. And they go on the tails of Boji and Jack here. Nice little angle there for Jack. Puts on a good amount of damage onto Curly, actually. Not bad for being that far back. And Rise also takes a fair amount of damage here, too. So Jack and Boji putting them on the back foot here in this fight.
Yeah, very good damage on Rise and Curly initially. Separating them for a few seconds. Unfortunately, with the numbers game 2v1, that opportunity goes right out the window. They're unable to capitalize. It's going to allow for Rise and Curly to try to shockwave away, but from one team to another, they run into Rapid and Cold on the other side, so things will not get any easier for Rise and Curly. You see they're burning through their materials here, just trying to stay alive, but I will say the focus have switched just a little bit from Boji and Jack, trying to target out Rise and Curly. They do land some damage on the Rapid instead.
Just like a crazy fight going down now. It just went from like, all right, nice little 2v2 to wait a second, this is pretty messy now. Cold and Rapid want to get their get back as well. They've taken a little too much damage here, and this is actually costing everyone a fair bit. Not to mention there was just an airdrop landing there, which Rise and Curly, I believe, took advantage of. So those extra white heals fall into their favor. They get the fresh shockwaves, and they're off basically as the winners of this exchange somehow. Where Cold and Rapid end up being the ones that fall way behind. As I don't think they had the same type of whites, but look at this. Peterbot, Boyo, they found Chimp before. Seems like they find him again, and they're just farming him for points at this time. Meanwhile, Boyo gets Agers as well, and I mean, they are just racking up. They're making up for that game one miss.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate because we've seen them take out Bolts, we've seen them take out Ages. Peterbot and Boyo, just like three other teams, already have their spots secured. So they're essentially playing Disruptor and not letting any free plays go down as Acorn gets attacked, 43 HP, trying to stay alive over towards Leak Experiment. There's a whole nother duo up above that is going to be Cold and Rapid hunting for these eliminations. And honestly, Cold and Rapid haven't had the best start to this game here. So they're still probably fighting for a loadout that they feel confident taking with them to the end game.
Yeah, most definitely. Just a single Elim. Even all that scrappy battling back and forth here. Only one Elim to show for it. Econ and Bolts, though, holding down their own here. Meanwhile, Josh and Yamso listening to all this go down. They are actually the gatekeepers of the edge of the storm here. And I'm thinking if they knew what teams it were, they wouldn't even be moving this soon here, but even if they get to the next zone early, they'll still have a lot of visuals here to look back in onto these teams here. So we'll see how it ends up playing out. Muzz and Sphinx once again early in the storm here, finding themselves somewhat out of position, but look at this, it's not for no reason. They were waiting for Noisy. We can't even see the tags going down there, but Muzz ends up finishing the deal there.
Yeah, Muzz and Sphinx, you guys are wondering what they're doing here at Elite Armory. Not every drop spot has this benefit, but they do have launch pads around their drop spot. You see them in their inventory. They're tossing them further and further back a zone. And I know you're wondering, what is that crazy? No, they're throwing it closer and closer towards their launch pad. So when it does get to the 5th zone, when it does get to the 6th zone, they're going to use that fizz, use the launch pad and med kit before, so they can safely rotate away from all these teams that we've seen already kind of, I wouldn't call it zone camping, but overstaying their welcome for sure. Just like Acorn and Bolts, they take down, I believe, both Noxie and Mason, and that's going to be our first team out of the game.
Really tell these teams are starting to heat up now. 5 Elims this pretty much early into the game, right? We're only zone 6, not even close to what we've seen for the stacked zone war looking end games. So quite a distance to go, but teams are starting to rack up some serious points here.
Game 3, have a good game here for Enough and Salt. Start to build that cushion, back-to-back end games. Kind of see they're only up by 1 though against Cold and Rapid, a team that they don't even have to necessarily worry about in terms of qualifying for EWC. Below them you have Josh and Yamzo on 90 points, another team that they don't have to necessarily worry about. So as long as Enough and Salt play consistent games, they might not even need high elimination games like we have seen some of the other teams go for.
Yeah, they're really being carried by their placement points right now. Well, look at this. RPG in hand for Queasy. Not a lot of ammunition, though, to work with the shotgun, but there's plenty here. So we're starting to look at the zone, though. This is starting to look like most of the teams have already made their rotates in.
Yeah, a few late rotations still coming in the backside of the zone, but you can see why everybody's playing so safe. 6th zone moving into the 7th, which means this is the stage of the game that reboots will turn off. So even though there's about 30 seconds left, you don't want to go down here, especially where the zone currently is. You might be able to fall down into chiseled cubes, but if the zone moves over towards the eastern side of the map, good luck getting out.
Vert and Sales got some serious eyes on a few duos here. Like their positioning probably the most right now is their dead center as well here. Just waiting for this next zone to pop here. Get to see it reveal together. Here comes the next big moving play here. Already though, teams are starting to get a move on it. It's going west and south now, just outside the Chisel Cube. Peterbot Boya going with the early crash pad here from the outskirts. Trying to be one of the first to get up and into this positioning here for the high ground. I wonder if they're going to go for it and really kind of hold it down, but maybe not after losing all this material here. This is costing them a fair bit. Peterbot even giving them a little bit of extra room to work with here on the backside there, just as a safety retreat measure.
Kind of that double-edged sword of rotating early. Peterbot and Pollo doing just that because you see Chisel Cube, basically the Grand Canyon with how much space they have underneath, but huge mountain ranges on each and every side. So you want to be one of the first teams up the hill, allow you to look back, be a little bit more comfortable on this rotation. Curve and Higgs basically having to wait for other teams to rotate by. That's Josh and Yamzo, but somehow they overtake them with that shockwave on that rotation. And this is why I'm thinking up the side of this hill, quick, fast, in a hurry should be the name of the game, because as soon as you get there, you have the luxury of being able to look back.
Yeah, definitely want to get in position. This is what Peterbot and Boyer were trying to accomplish. They did it a little too early. It seems like the team with the best positioning was Cold and Rapid before Peterbot and Boyer actually just landed on top of their base and took the high ground. Already starting to flex up their positioning here. Cold and Rapid can, in theory, edit this down, but probably won't be worth it given how low they are right now. Oh, this is a terrible rotate for them too.
Yeah, majority of the lobby does get a little bit of a max pull here, so it's all about how you play the hand that you're dealt. For Golden Rapid, quick damage, make them box up. Allow for one less team to tag you as you make that rotation over, but you see Cold and Rapid quickly separated, having to utilize another shockwave. And while all that's going down, Bullets and Acorn can do nothing but watch Peterbot and Pollo start to build towards that high ground. It's been game after game after game, they're going for it. And right now, Bullets and Acorn, instead of being distracted by that, they find that elimination onto Vert. It's only a knock though, so his teammate is still in the game.
Yeah, barely there. But either way, that was like a nice little refresher. You know, he didn't have much. They only got about 200-300 material count off that, but it's still plenty to keep them nice and capped now. So Bolton Acorn is set up really pretty here. 6 elims as well. So pretty much a really good momentum-driven game so far for them. Braids and Booga still have that mythic drum in hand as well. Very dangerous loadout there. Jumping back to Bolton Acorn. Look at this, elevating themselves up and over the lip here. Adding pressure. I am enough and salt nearby. You gotta be careful not to overexpose themselves. Bolts can make a play at any moment here. Acorn goes into the storm, trying to play for those mats there. They're just trying to keep themselves completely capped off here. They'll likely be going for a big high ground play. We'll keep eyes on them, but Peterbot and Pollo are the team to look out for right now.
Yeah, you can see them even kind of like chopping off one direction as the zone pulls back in the other. Pollo getting another elimination. 6-1 up the game, playing catch up, playing it perfectly. Spot out Higgs, curve rotating over. Good damage there. But instead of shockwaving on over, you see he has the grappler instead. He uses that to get to the front side and try to connect. And this is where Pollo is going to stay back, try to make sure nobody flanks for free, letting Peterbot do exactly what he wants on the front side of the zone.
Yeah, it looks like Yamzo took down Rapid as well there. So already dismantling starting to take place here. Buzz and Sphinx still sitting at 2 elims right now. Not on the low ground as we've seen them in the previous game. So game 3 playing a little bit different here. We'll see if they end up switching things up and pretty much committing up to the mid layers. Higgs and Curve back to the original strategy. play into the ultimate low sides. See a quick movement here. A lot of pressure coming in from Peter Butter Pollo up top, and Sphinx Muzz getting greedy here as they continue to inch their way up. But I think the high ground team already knows what these guys are thinking here.
Yep, and everybody else just trying to go and use that launch pad. Threads visuals, ritual agers. They have the option to try to land on high ground, especially if they're distracted just like that. But they're just going to try to find their spot safely in that mid layer. Queasy and Scare, same thing, but they're taking a lot of pressure from all angles. But they're working their way up the side of that mountain. Scare goes up, tries to contest. Shockwave coming out from Pollo, trying to play defensively. Stop them from pushing up higher and higher. But Queasy is not giving up. There's good damage onto both Peterbot and Pollo here. They could go down in just one shot, but it looks like Queasy and Scare are going to concede that height.
Yeah, it's crazy because as good as Queasy may be, a champion level player, when you're going against Peterbot and Pollo on their region, you just get to see the difference. You can see they will do what they want, especially in a 2-on-2 for height, but he goes back for it again. He just can't put his ego aside, and ooh, they end up paying for it. But in the end, they do trade out Pollo there too, as Salt and I Am Enough take advantage of the chaos there as well. And once again, their timing is incredible. They are the team with the high ground here, and they're looking to go for back-to-backs.
Yeah, that's the second game in the row. They take high ground while they're fighting it out. Peter, Pollo, Queasy, Scare, but it's Enough and Salt that are going to be the last one standing up above. But on this mid layer, you got Bolts going crazy. 5 eliminations, 2 more for Acore. We know how big Acore can go in the tightest of moments, but Bolts right now is being eaten alive by the zone. Braids and Booga down below. They're controlling the whole tempo, but they're running out of builds. That could be their downfall here.
Yeah, I want to see what Yums is up to. I just keep seeing him pop in the feed as well. Muzz and Sphinx now at 5 elims. The last time we checked in, they had 2. So things are starting to rack up for them as well. Nice little side skirt rotate right there. Muzz just reading the zone perfectly there as he's going up and over this slight little mountain play here. Meanwhile, Salt and Enough just have full control here. No pressure in sight. Not a team situated to really contest them here and now. And they're just doing what they want with the lobby here. And then AJ comes off from the side. Great tag there from Agers. But it's Booga, it's Braids here. They still have that mythical drum. Can they put it to work? There's the Yamzo. That's who I wanted to see. And he's the disruptor here.
Yeah, Booga goes down. Braids going back and forth. Finds that big elim on the Yamzo. Siphon's huge, keeping him alive as he's forced outside of zone. Meanwhile, they're focused on the Braids. That's going to allow for Agers to safely heal up in this position. Enough and Salt. They have relentless pressure on the backside of zone, and they go back to back with 9 eliminations. Blake said he was talking to him. I don't know what exactly he said, but it must have been good.
Yeah, he must have gave him a nice little pep talk, some words of motivation and encouragement, because 9 eliminations, back-to-back wins, a strong game 1, and they're the true disruptors of the qualifier right now. No one saw them coming, but now we all know they are here. I mean, Zeke, at this point, you got to give me your thoughts on them.
Blake, what did you tell them? Blake, what did you tell?
Hey,
What did you tell them?
I don't want to take credit for anything, but you know, I was talking to Salt. He said they were going up for height, and he meant it, because back-to-back wins. It's his first EWC finals, and he's got back-to-back wins in the first 3 games. Vivid. I don't even know what to say.
I mean, yeah, these guys are just playing way too good right now. It's just on the back foot of them timing the higher ground retakes way better than anybody else. We kind of saw them flying up in the sky, and it was timed so well because we were like, oh my gosh, look at this. It's Queasy and Scare versus Peterbot and Pollo for the high ground. And then it was like, oh my gosh, Salt and Enough. They're full HP. They haven't been in the mix. That's kind of been happening over the past minute. And now they're going to be the team that's going to be able to just go ahead, take the higher ground pretty much uncontested. Again, just on the back foot of the time, and you can see the cleanup for the rest of the lobby. Once the low ground starts to get chaotic, they all start to kind of make it easier for the guys up on high ground to take them out on the low ground, because they're all just so low HP after going head to head. I mean, this is crazy. We kind of went over, what was it, like 7 duos at the start of the show. We were like, dude, listen, all of these guys have to make it to the EWC finals. I mean, like, they just have to. There's so many big names. I Am Enough and Salt were not a part of those 7, and man, I'm disappointed in us. How did we not have these guys up there?
Dude, high ground is such like that's like a skill. Like, it's like a skill that you master. And to watch like Pete and Pollo go up against Queasy on height, Like, and then all of that kind of devolved so quickly and went awry. And then these guys again are just like, hey, this is the perfect time. Let's take height. And they get a back-to-back with 9 elims. Oh boy, guys. These standings look crazy. And we're gonna see them after this break. Okay, all right, don't go anywhere. We gotta talk about some things. We'll see you right after this.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm bouncing back now. Yeah, 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 yeah. I can't hold it back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. These mountains, I'll tow 'em. Those pebbles, I'll roll 'em. No bridges, I'm claiming peaks while you're plateauing. I flag for my city, not really, just kidding. 90 tags they taking from me. This one right here is only for me. My power's so raw, you're living it. I bet you bet on my odds. If I had to fly, slides dissolve the minute I got on my bed. Don't need 2 cents or your consent to give it 100%. Cause I'm a beast, so lower your head. I rise, I set. Say you want it all, if you want it all. Make a move, don't stop and wonder. Gotta take it out, cause I want it all. Don't stumble, I'll keep bouncing back. Take a step, cause I've been bouncing back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I keep coming back. I can't hold it back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. It's just a mission. I do them in my sleep, no commission. I like a side quest, love opposition. With surgical precision, they make losing their tradition. Yeah, they talk but what they say to me, I'm chewing it all, straight in my jaw, the way that it hurts you to think. I'm building a wall, 90s tall between you and me. I'm out of space, you're out of peace. It's a different game when I'm out of your league. Say you want it all, if you want it all. Make a move, don't stop and wonder. Gotta take it out, cause I want it all. Don't stumble, I'll keep bouncing back. Take your cap, take your step, take a step, cause I've been back. Oh, just like that. I beat you in, crank up back to back. Oh, just like that. I see a dub in my future stats. Oh, I know a place you can go. The doghouse outside my massive abode. It's lovely, it's cushy, and sometimes it's cold. Now sit and watch me get this gold. Oh, it all, own it all. I'll bounce back. I just want it all. I just want it all. I'll go bounce. I'll go bounce back. Said you want it all, but you want it all. Said you want it all. I'll bounce back. Said you want it all, but you want it all. I can have it all. If you knock me down, I will feel the fall. I'll just step back up. I'll bounce back. I just want it all. I just want it all. I'll keep bouncing. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I keep coming back. I can't hold it back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I keep coming back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I can't hold it back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I keep coming back.
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the RES. If there's one thing I've learned today, it's that if you ever have a problem, just talk to Blake beforehand, and the problem will be solved, because I am enough and Salt got themselves back-to-back victory royales. They have 192 points, and if we bring up the leaderboard, they're currently in first place. So again, if you have a problem, contact Blake. He'll get it resolved for you. What's crazy is they are looking to earn themselves a spot on the battle bus heading to EWC. 3 games in, Viv. This is looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, now we're kind of entering that territory. Okay, can these guys kind of keep up the momentum? Obviously, we've seen how chaotic High Ground has been. I don't know, man. It would be crazy to kind of see them continuously go for High Ground and be able to maintain these kind of consistent placements that they are, pulling off right now. Acorn and Bolts, though, still maintaining their second place right now, 158 points. Obviously, they are only 4 points ahead of Josh and Riley, but if you do take a look at the next unqualified team in Booga and Braids, they do have a pretty big lead over those guys. So Acorn and Bolts feeling pretty comfortable as it currently stands.
Yeah, and that was actually their worst performing game, but it was still a good game because they're getting those eliminations. With 7 eliminations that game, that keeps them into the second place. Yeah, they're going crazy.
It's kind of weird, right? Like, you say that's like their worst game, and you're right. Like, Their worst game is a 10th place with 7 elims? Okay, Acorn and Bolts, okay. But as our good friend Vivid called out, obviously, you know, Josh, Yamzo, they've got themselves a quality little crown. They're good to go. One spot down. The lion roars once again as Booga braids. They climb that leaderboard, 126th place. Or points, rather. They have a 3rd place. There it is. Zeke found it. With 4 eliminations. So these guys are looking to make that run. And I think what's interesting here, Viv, is we got a few duos that have already qualified around them, right? So as long as we keep some of these players around us, we could see a qualifying spot, right? Even if a duo that's qualified goes above us, hey, that spot's rolling back down to us.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously the leaderboard says they only went up 3 placements from how well they did that game, but we actually take a look about how many places they jumped up from game number 1. They were in dead last place, so these last couple of games have been huge for the duo, and excited to see if they can kind of continue up at this upward trajectory that they're on.
Yeah, they were kind of under the radar after game 1, and after getting back-to-back 3rd places, that's super consistent. And if they keep this up, like, they're just only going to go up. And like Zeke said, with people already qualified at the top of the leaderboard, that spot's going to drop down. So they don't need to get 2nd place. They just need to stay around those teams already qualified to secure that spot to the EWC.
Oh, man. What a time to be alive. We want to watch more Fortnite. So, Casters, back over to you.
You know, one thing is for certain, Monster. We've seen it in Qualifier 1, Qualifier 2, Qualifier 3, and I'm sure we're going to see it here again today. When you're that high up on the leaderboard and you need to qualify in such few spots, sometimes you just put a target on your back.
Yeah, most definitely. And as they only have a 40-point lead over the rest of the lobby, we're just going to have to see if it can hold up.
Almost here. Into the halfway point, the final game before it actually happens, and immediately you see it on screen. Mason taking down Peterbot. Elite Armory, where only 2 teams were supposed to land, becoming more and more contested, and you got to imagine why. Probably a hot drop. You can instantly get 10 toes down and try to go to work. Acorn even going down. So Noxy and Mason getting 2 early game eliminations here.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. Muzz and Sphinx have almost maintained the consistency as the most dynamic duo in the early game this time. Both deciding to come to the Armory. It's going to backfire a little bit there as Sphinx unfortunately gets taken down. But Acorn and Bolts have played exceptional early game Fortnite so far. But, you know, my question, though, starts to aim towards Salt in enough here. Just a little bit. Like, I am very curious to see if they can maintain not this winning pace they've set themselves on, right? That's so unrealistic. However, consistency. Can they now do enough to just remain in the lead and not throw away the 40 or 50 point buffer that they have between them and everyone else?
Yeah, they were able to pick up a good number of eliminations, but the biggest difference is you see Mason and Noxy kind of going on the hunt, finding their eliminations. Enough and Salt just kind of let the game naturally play itself out. If they get an elim, if they get an elim. If they don't, they don't. Either way, those back-to-back wins helping for sure. Threats just hiding on the outskirts. This is somewhere where he did land initially, far away from his teammate Visuals, who already went down so far in this game. So Threats has a lot of pressure on himself here to try to stay alive, and that's why you're seeing him try to shockwave away from the opposition.
Yeah, doesn't want to take an unnecessary 1v2 here and give away the nice loadout he's managed to kind of piecemeal together here off the contested drops. I was going to say Chimp and 20, though, might be waiting for the pickup there. We'll pay attention to the feed. Braids, Booga on the other side. Or Zeke say it best. Booga already starting to make his comeback story be known here. Game 1, not exactly the performance they were looking to secure, but since then they have trended upwards very strongly, throwing themselves straight into the conversation here and now. And essentially, they're the next team up that's behind Acorn.
Just need one good game here to really change the tide, start to build that confidence and momentum, just like Jack and Boji. Even though they're disengaging out of this fight here, we've seen them in the early game get a couple of eliminations. We've seen them kind of in the mid game as well. But yeah, exactly what you said. They get separated. Shockwave kind of puts them in 2 different directions. Boji, if he gets caught out here, you see Agers, 20, Chimp. People spot out a solo. They intend to go.
Yeah, Jack unfortunately said Boji flying in the wrong direction there. He was a little too hasty. The way he played those shockwaves out, trying to get away from the pressure. 20 gets caught by Agers there off to the side. Agers didn't even have a full HP bar there, so that siphon very much welcome for him. Chimp's already long gone. He's probably confused as to what happened. They were hoping that drop down for quite some time there, and even Chimp seems to have fallen a bit behind here in the early game, so not exactly the game they wanted.
Major's doing exactly what he was doing in that last qualifier. Barely missed out on getting that spot secured, but it was he who was the one hunting around for these early game eliminations. And Ritual's the one that's really trying to buy him time just in case he does go down. And you kind of saw that first elimination in the distance. Hunting rifle being put to use. 20 gets hunted down. That goes his second elimination here. Back to back as he picks up his 4th overall. Agers right now is being the catalyst of if him and Ritual are going to be able to make it to EWC.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting because Ritual was down for a second there. So whatever was going on, whatever Ritual was playing that game out, clearly ended up backfiring there. But jumping over to Queasy and Scare. This is some exciting play we've put on screen for these two here. Queasy really forcing the high ground plays. Like I talked about, I made the call last game. All I can think of is he just can't put his ego aside. He can't help himself. He just wanted to fight for high ground and try to go for the win, but that ended up being the downfall for them. Now, though, everyone's playing the Storm here pretty, again, consistently game after game. There's really no rush in this type of format here.
And you see Peter Poyo using the launch pad, just trying to find anybody out. And that's why Queasy's Scare hidden. Rise, though, along with Curly, end up in a big scuffle against Booga and Braids here. A little bit of a 2v2, but you see Shockwaves coming out. Braids is going to go down. Booga, 3 HP, forced to stay alive, and Curly's already hunting, and he has the mythic Iron Pump. One shot, even at full health, he'll go down, but Booga doing his best, hiding behind a rock to buy time. And you see, that's why he's not popping the medkits. Doesn't want to give over any audio visuals until he knows Braids is back.
Yeah, this is crazy because, look, Rise is right behind him, but Braids is coming in from the sky there. That could have went either way, but Curly had no idea he was behind the rock. He would have thought that Booga might have went to the bush in front of him instead. In the end, though, Booga plays just sneaky enough to stay alive and in the game, but look at this. No, Braids gets caught out here. Booga has to hide once again here and buy himself a little bit of time.
Yeah, it's just a very, very unfortunate. We saw Braids kind of reboot, come back down, and then in the distance, Cold and Rapid hears everything. It's like a giant rift in the sky when you do reboot, giving away not only your position, but an approximate location of where your teammate is at that does stay alive, as Peterbot just trying to bleed through those builds. He has the Mammoth, but you can see less than 10 shots left, and that's why he's holding down that Mythic Harbinger SMG to try to bleed through some of these builds as quick as possible. But this is where it gets a little tricky. Peterbot and Poyo right now don't have a clear fight against Dolzier and Tyler, so the longer they stay here, the better chances of getting third-partied are going to be real. Wow.
I like this. Look at the pressure coming in here. Peterbot, Poyo jumping down. Higgs curve set on the back foot, but they're defending just well. Already forced to just crank it out for a second there. Higgs puts up just enough defense. Now finds a new angle back onto Peterbot there and making them second guess this fight here. Peterbot and Poyo are actually in a desperate situation when it comes to material. So this is going to go all the way through to the end here. And they find Curve. So just as I'm trying to set the stakes here that they need to finish this fight, they end up getting one of the two.
Yeah, that was a fight right there where you see Peterbot with the 3-weapon loadout. He only had 4 slices of pizza. That does not get you full HP, and depending on how much damage you take to the shield, it doesn't heal you up all the way either. So that was a must-win situation, but now Curve back in the game, 4th zone. This is where it becomes a very, very tricky situation, not only for Peterbot and Poyo going on the hunt, but for anybody else that's on the receiving end of shots like this, because you don't want to go down. 2 more zones are going to cleat, and then reboots will turn off, depending on where you're at. Might not be the best position, but Curve is able to get the knock onto Peterbot. Luckily for him, Poyo's there to save the day.
Definitely looking pretty good here. They're already at 4 eliminations, now max material, whereas before they didn't quite have any of that to work with. Let's take a look at this, though. There's a lot going on here on the map. Meanwhile, Cold and Rapid continuing to heat up here as well. They hunt down Braids. Dude, Braids just can't catch a break. He just keeps coming back and then getting finished back to back over and over.
Even Noxy getting in the mix right now, picking up elimination. which is huge because Mason's not in the game right now. He's stuck on reboot with the knock, the elim. He's just getting him back in the game a little bit faster. As Peterbot and Pollo still lounging around trying to figure out where he's at, but Pollo takes a surprise shot. HP going right out the window. He's going to stop for the med kit, knowing he has a lot of space between him and Higgs, and it doesn't feel like Higgs is currently looking to get aggressive. Peterbot waiting just outside of the zone. I have to imagine he's hunting down Curve because you can see in the minimap he's trying to close that distance. Two separate 1v1s going down between Peterbot and Pollo, and then Higgs and Curve.
Let's see how it's going to end up working out here. Once again, the fight back onto Curve. They've already done it once. It's going to give him all the confidence to be able to do it again here. Curve's got a huge challenge set ahead of him. It's exactly where Peterbot wants him to be here. No shield, back against the wall. Teammate comes in to back him up, and they're just farming for points at this point in time. That puts him at 5 elims now. Not too bad.
Still playing a little catch up, playing to their reputation as well as Golden Rapid. You saw them running around the map here in the first couple of zones, but as we get closer and closer to reboots turning off, you see their aggression slow down just a little bit. Obviously, if there's opportunities that they can capitalize on them, they will take them. But in terms of hunting down players, especially ones that are freshly rebooted, it's taking a backseat for now. With only 1 eliminations here, Golden Rapid are looking to find these later on. Their loadouts looking stacked outside of maybe upgrading that Morphite Sentinel pump.
Well, see how it's going to play out. Again, this is game number 4 here, so we're really starting to heat up. We're getting to the deep water of the event here. Ritual Agers back at it onto Chimpin20. Chimpin20 also couldn't catch quite the break, but look at this. Agers and Ritual are on a heater right now. 7 elims, making up so much points that they missed out on throughout their overall performances. This is really pushing them way up the standings here now, and I mean, honestly, putting them in contention for the qualification spot.
Yeah, honestly, coming into this, we talked about like Peterbot's 60 eliminations. Right behind him was Agers, though, with 37. It's just the consistency for Agers and Ritual throughout the Reload Elite Series qualifiers, 9th, 13th, 6th, the closest one coming in qualifier 3, and this one being the last chance to qualify has really put everybody off the edge of their seats. But looking at the loadout here, Rise Curly, this has to be a game you capitalize on them. You have the gold hunting rifle, you have the mythic iron pump, which one-shots anybody at full shields, so you really have to make these moments here count to try to catch up.
Looking for the big shot here. Doesn't quite get it lined up there. But they're one of the first to get to the zone. Looking at the material count for Curly, actually, this is looking pretty desperate. They're going to need to do something big here if they want to push for in-game. They're not the only ones. Higgs, as well, is somewhat in the same boat here, as we've already seen how Curve and Higgs have to fight their way all this time through the storm line here.
Hear the countdown coming in. Reboots will officially be turned off, so no second chances back into this game. And I do like the overall positioning, though, for not only Threats and his duo, but Higgs and Curve as well, far away from everybody else. Now that the zone does pull towards the north, you got to watch out for the different elevations that are in the next zone, but they have so much time so that maybe they can use to either land damage on teams or rotate late because they have the Flowberry Fizz as well. And if you look at the bandage in the item slot, not maxed out on materials, Higgs and Curve are looking for any opportunity they can get.
And opportunities might just arise here. You never really know. They do have the favorite kind of zone pull here, so that's one little thing that's going to save them a little bit of pressure. Rise and Curly still looking for that miracle shot with the sniper rifle here, but nothing quite revealing itself. Comes the setup, though. There can be Flowberry Fizz with the shockwave here shortly. There they go. Down and off the side of the mountain here, right onto the heads of Cold. And talk about that miracle shot. Cold actually gets clipped with one big tag right there. No follow-up, though. Instead, pressure from above from the other teams here looking down.
little bit of a warning shot there from Curly. I like what the teams are doing, pressuring, especially since Agers tried to go on the offensive. But as soon as that hunting rifle came out, Noxie didn't peek again. He said, you know what? You can have it. You positioned well. We don't need to be taking these risks. But as it stands, as of now, a new team. It might be 7th zone a little bit too early, but seems to be setting their eyes on that high ground. That's threats and visuals. And this is a team, they need a big game in order to stay in contention. They're about, I think, 70 or so points down from that second qualifier spot, even more so from that first place spot. So they really start to have to pick up the pace here.
Yeah, Visuals is going to be the team with the control of the high ground right now, alongside threats there. Muzz and Sphinx have their positioning off to the eastern side of the zone. Bolts, Acorn going for the high ground. Launch pad play up just to render out, get the rotate here. Save up on some material here, but so does the rest of the lobby. This is the first time we've seen Peterbot and Poyo actually using a strategy as well here. Just kind of following the trend right now. Meanwhile, on the low ground, Rapid actually falls a little bit early there. Cold by himself, and we're past the reboot zone. So this is it. You fall now, you're out the game permanently here. And this is all onto the shoulders of Cold here by himself now, Jacob.
Yeah, he does have the dualies, a little bit of a slow effect right there. Trying to land the shots, pushing Northern Caliper out. Doesn't really have a ton of extra shields outside of the pizza, and that one's almost going to be used instantly. On the other side, though, Booga and Braid looking to get aggressive for themselves. A whole box of pizza they don't want to let go to waste or get stolen away. But as everybody comes down from that launch pad, it looks like Acorn and Bolts might be the new team that is trying to poise themselves for the high ground. But they're a team that likes to steal it away, not necessarily hold it all the way through.
Look at this, Peterbot and Poyo going once again for the ultimate height as well. They're probably trying to set themselves up for a nice high ground play for a win too. No big points earned on the placement categories for Peterbot and Poyo just yet. Meanwhile, Agers and Rituals still sitting at 7 eliminations, but that's just based off of all that early game consistency they managed to find.
Right now, it's essentially them just trying to pass up Booga and Braids. You see everybody still using those launch pads to their advantage, and more so here than ever. It's going off the side of the mountain, the different elevation changes, and I think teams like Peterbot and Poyo are taking notice. We can take high ground early, we can try to hold on to it, but so many teams begin to shoot up and try to contest it. It may not necessarily be the best spot as Curly loses Rise. I should say the other way around. He's going to be stuck by himself down low, no extra shield, just the med kit in his back pocket with very little builds to work with. And luckily though, Ager's going down, top 14 teams, so at least placement points are starting to flow in.
I like it though. Look at this, just going for a nice little heal off there, buying himself a little bit of time. Threats, Visuals, give up the high ground, go for the super pad as well. Keep in mind, they were the team that were completely situated to hold it as well. Play this, Booga, Braids go up. They're trying to fight Neo and Noisy for it. No real resistance there, so they'll be able to kind of base down here safely, but Booga's only got 5 mats, so what are they going to do with that? They'll just have to fight for a refresh here shortly. Trying to find some fresh builds. They end up boxing someone out. It's actually Threats who comes down, but no, he misses the tag that matters most there, Jacob. And then Peterbot, Poyo, they time it perfectly as well. Remember, they were one of the few teams floating up too, so just like that, no contestant for them up top, and it's all theirs.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many teams even have the resources to try to fly up. They changed the strategy, and so far it seems to be working out. Bolt's trying to hit a late pad. Braids trying to hit a late shot. Gets the down onto Josh. Yamzo still floating around, but Braids is not able to reap any of that reward. Only the Siphon, 0 builds. Muzz and Sphinx holding the other side out, and not only has the Mythic, the rocket launcher to watch out for. The only thing they're lacking in their inventory is a shockwave to get up.
Yeah, they've done a really good job of making every single endgame so far consistently here, especially when they start playing into low ground. They tend to go a lot better. But look at this, Queasy, of course, and Scare here coming up. RPG to the high ground. Then they rocket Poyo and Peterbot off to the side. They couldn't quite capitalize to turn it into some prime positioning, but they are disrupting them nonetheless. Meanwhile, Acorn just waiting this one out here. Top 7 now. He's trying to make his way through to a little bit more placement points there. He can't really afford to play with the storm here. Meanwhile, Peterbot and Poyo putting pressure down low. They're already at 7, make that 8 elims. Can we see 9 here shortly?
Threats. barely escaping down below. Acorn as well, the next in line. He gets targeted out by Tyler, picks up the elimination, not really able to get the match. He's left with absolutely nothing to his name, but he turns around. That's a big shot onto Thresh, but Thresh finishes that fight. His third elimination of the game, barely picking up scraps, and those are going right out the window, melted by high ground. Peterbot and Pollo, well, I say that loosely because now Pollo's left by himself, a solo. There's only one duo down below and another solo in his path.
Yeah, it's Neo and Noisy, man. They've done such a good job playing as a duo and especially fighting side by side. I'm really surprised to see these different teams kind of come up and make themselves known here, but it's all up to Pollo. We've seen him do crazier things in the past here. Unfortunately, he couldn't quite time the shotgun shot there, so kind of forced into defensive high ground reposition there, but Neo falls to the zone. Pollo takes full advantage of that, will be able to get the finish, and then the zone does the rest, and he does it once again almost effortlessly as we're just trying to set this stage up for what's possible there, Jacob.
Clutches since the FNCS Summit land in a solo situation. Pollo brings his total to 3 against Neo and Noisy, even with Peterbot down, saying, I have the crown now, kid. Peterbot and Pollo win game 4 before halftime, Zeke.
Ah! Oh my God! What is... Vivid.
Bro.
Vivid, why does this always happen? Why does this...
Yeah.
It always happens this way, right? You know, Peterbot, Pollo, we're so jokey. Zeke, we're hanging out. Oh, we missed game 1. Hee hee. Oh, just kidding. We come back and win game 4. And off a solo clutch, Vivid. I can't believe it's happening!
Listen, Jacob kind of called it out, but Pollo right now, I mean, Peterbot and Pollo kind of rolls off the tongue, but I feel like Pollo in 1v2s is also starting to roll off the tongue because this guy can just not stop winning them as of recent, right? Summit, he went absolutely crazy here in the RAS. He's going absolutely crazy. He got, by the way, a huge assist from the Storm on this 1v2, but again, still kind of pulls it off. Great effort. I mean, yeah, and that's what makes it interesting, right, Blake, is that you can never count these two out.
You cannot count them out. And Pollo with 7 eliminations, looking absolutely primed up after that Summit performance that we saw just a couple weeks ago. And now this, and I think this is a prime example of what this new pizza party is doing to the meta. Because Neo and Noisy, this is the second 1v2 they've lost now, but was it really a 1v2? Pollo just going absolutely insane, Zeke.
Oh my gosh, how do they do this every time? It's fine, right? Like, what's interesting here is that was the halfway point. That was game 4. So we've got 4 more games to make more things happen. It's fine, but now Peterbot and Pollo are firing on all cylinders. So for the back half is going to continue to get more and more crazy. With that, where do they find themselves on the leaderboard? We find out after this break. When we return, we break down more of what we saw from that game. We'll see you soon. sorry. Anyway, sorry, got a little excited there. Yeah, so welcome to the Reload Elite Series. If you're just tuning in, Peterbot Pollo got themselves a victory royale in game number 4 after missing game number 1. 138 points is where they ended after that VR. As we turn attention to the standings, they are going to jump up into the top 10. Now, currently, they're in 8th place, right? Don't freak out. We still got 4 more games to go. It's all good. But man, what a crazy clutch out of Pollo to suddenly just say, hey, Peterbot, let's go. High gear, we're moving. Crazy stuff. Also, so many other things happened in the game. So many duos we need to highlight as well. Noisy is going crazy here, man. I don't know what the heck happened, but we started game number 1 in 2nd place. That was the first game we had. And now in game number 4, yet another 2nd place. We've come so close to getting the victory royale. And you know, they're like, yeah, the victory royale, of course, it's awesome. It feels great. And it just kind of gives you like a big boost to your energy morale. But 2nd place is still so many points.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You guys are obviously doing fine, finding themselves in 6th place on the leaderboard. Still a lot of work to be done as it currently stands. Like that qualifying spot is at 191 points and these guys are at 148 points. So like I said, definitely still some work to be done. But in terms of kind of like the names that we're seeing make it to the end game right now, a lot of unsuspecting duos kind of finding themselves towards the top. So this is kind of great to see.
Yeah, and another duo I want to mention is Booga Braid, staying consistent there on the leaderboard. And it goes to show consistency is key in this type of meta, because with how hard it is to get to those placement points, if you can get there consistently, you're going to keep climbing up, staying on top, and that is exactly what Booga and Braids are doing, playing textbook Fortnite Reload, Zeke.
And you know, what's tough about that, Blake, is we saw the little crowns, right? Josh and Yamzo, Muzz and Sphinx, they've already got themselves a qualifying spot. Booga in 5th place with 159 is not fighting dead. He's fighting Acorn and Bolt in 2nd place, 191. So Viv, we've got 4 games, man. Like, yes, it's great to make sure we've got these qualified teams close by to make sure those spots roll down, but Acorn and Bolt, they're still a ways ahead of us.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you want to talk about ways ahead of us, obviously Enough and Salt have played absolutely crazy over the first, 3 games. That 4th game right there, 0 points. They got 19th with 0 elim, so they got to pick it back up here, game 5.
There's so many things developed, but I'm getting bored. We've got to go to game number 5. The action continues, so we ride back on the battle bus. Casters, take it away.
This is what happens when you get comfortable. The points start to get really close. If you're Braids and Booga, you're pretty excited because your only competition is Acorn, Bolt, Salt, and Enough right now. And they're not that far, right, Jacob? Because they managed to remain relatively consistent here. So as we jump into game 5, we'll see how it goes.
It's the 2nd half of the entire tournament, and honestly, you want to try to build as much of a cushion as possible as we instantly see Northern Visuals both going down. Not sure if Rapid picking up both of those, but that's a team right there with Cold and Rapid. They don't even necessarily need a top spot today. It's more of a want than anything else, and they're just kind of disrupting the flow of games. At the top side of the map, Muzz versus Agers again. Muzz is going to win that fight. Everybody taking a different approach as Rapid goes down, cleaning up Muzz. Nobody even has a second to celebrate getting an elimination because another one happened shortly after.
And for a second there, I thought they got the full finish, but no, I still see 20 duos top left, so it's all good. Folks have survived. For what it's worth, though, Rapid and Cold earned themselves some nice little points here. They've done a good job getting early eliminations, but it's that end game stretch. It's the push for the placement points, which is very difficult. I'm talking about that. Of course, Peterbot and Pollo are looking at the drawing board right here, figuring out, hey, what can we do to go ahead and kill the momentum of the young dogs on top? But hey, look, they're playing good for good reason. Peterbot here at 3 HP right now. He's going to need Pollo's assistance here shortly. Enough does enough to find his elimination there, and hey, that's all you need right there. Talk about a confidence boost.
It's almost that feeling of deja vu if you think about the last qualifier where Aoxy and Jojo Fishy were in a very, very similar situation. Everybody knew they had the potential to qualify, but they didn't necessarily think it would actually happen. And as they were at the top side of the leaderboard, more and more teams began to land on them, try to take them out in an attempt for them to try to qualify instead. Peterbot and Pollo tried to do that here, but basically gave them one more point, another elimination, bringing their lead over Acorn and Bolts to 2.
Yeah, definitely. They need those points too, right? Like, you know, you talk about that 19th basically placement point game they got before that. 13 minutes time alive means that they survived for quite some time and didn't really earn anything. Dozier and the Tyler, nice little job right there. They're going to find Higgs and the full finish there too, so that's a quick couple points, throwing them up into the conversation, keeping them very much relevant. And you know, you look at these points and realistically, everyone's still very much in the tournament right now, right? Like, if you're Acorn and Bolts, you have to play pretty much perfect from here on out. If you're salted enough, I mean, the question remains the same. You really don't have room to drop the ball. You have a game cushion now from the rest of the lobby, where before Enough and Salt had about a 2-game lead. So it really is getting very, very close now. Oh, look at this. Boyo comes back, getting it back for the teammate there in revenge style. That's going to set them off a little bit.
Yep, essentially picking up where he left off. I was tuning in threats and visuals. They're inside of the top 10 right now. They're inside of it. Enough going down. I'm not sure if that was a knock. Okay, all 20 teams still up. So again, just game put on the spin cycle. But again, threats and visuals, they've had a decent day. They have a 5th, an 8th, a 15th, which really kind of slowed down their entire momentum. And then in that last game, they did a 4th place as well. They started to pick up the pace with 5 eliminations in that last game, but they're roughly, I think, 70 or so points down. So they cannot necessarily hope and pray. It seems like Enough, Salt, Acorn, and Boats go down early as Enough fresh off the reboot. They are literally just hunting them down. I think this is one of the first times Enough and Salt, you know, at the top side of the leaderboard are feeling what some of our other competitors have felt in the past.
By the way, that's the 3rd time they've gotten them there. When we jumped away, Peterbot found him shortly before that, so they're just training him for points right now. That's 3 now for this duo here. And he comes back in, and look at this, like a ping pong factor, right? Peterbot's already there to pick him up because he's kind of by that side of the safe zone. And what can you do? You just don't have enough arsenal to fight someone like Peterbot who's fully geared up here.
Yeah, the best chance if this keeps happening is for Enough to just make it into one of the later zones where he gets one of those loadouts where he just doesn't fall back in with an AR, nothing else. He needs something to fight back, because having both Peterbot and Pollo just kind of push you time and time again when you're off the reboot, not even really giving you a chance to touch the ground, has to be very, very frustrating. You can see on the other side, Acorn maybe getting a little bit too aggressive, over peaks, trade shots with Mason, but he takes the lion's share of that damage. Even though Bolts does clean up that elimination, they still have to watch out for Muzz and Sphinx, who are nearby.
Yeah, Muzz is coming in pretty quickly here. Acorn hasn't quite found a way to get his shield up just yet. He doesn't want to use his full berry fizz by any means. That's an end game kind of item to save there. Oh, there it is. They have pizzas kind of waiting for them here. Seems like Muzz didn't quite find where the team was, so he's just lurking, watching nearby. Comes Sphinx. Well, they might actually push this for the full even. Let's see.
Yeah, typically these teams, or at least what we've seen so far, they do like to split this drop. One of the main things they do fight over, though, is the launch pad where Acorn and Bolts are heading to on the backside of Elite Armory. But with only 1 elimination so far, that Bolts just quickly cleaned up. We know there's so much action going down. Have we seen this before? As Pollo and Peterbot are just taking turns. He's had enough. We get it.
Yeah, definitely just going back to back on it. That's the 4th one. Here's Cold, here's Acorn. Now we get to see Bolt's perspective. All the big dogs earning good points. And for Peterbot and Pollo, the crazy part is they're making a comeback for themselves right now. Look at this. 153 points now, 5 eliminations, all off the back of a singular player, by the way. And that's what we saw kind of, again, in that week 1, week 2, where Cold and Rapid did that to another team. So Peterbot and Pollo just given this kind of luxury of farm here, right? They've been blessed to just find this player and keep tagging them over and over, but let's see what they get from the drop. Little launch pad work with here. Nothing too crazy. Meanwhile, Josh and Yams on the other side. Find Boji. It's a nice little first elim for them.
Josh and Yams a little quiet, but still sitting in 3rd place on the leaderboard. They do have a win already. 17 eliminations throughout the tournament so far, plus whatever they've gotten in this game. And they're not a team that is necessarily first to the zone. They do play towards the outskirts a lot. They're okay sacrificing that damage because they know where the mending machine's at. They do accumulate a ton of extra heals, so they're not quick, fast, and in a hurry, especially since we're in the 4th zone going into the 5th. They know reboots are going to turn off soon, so they don't want to make any drastic decisions too early.
Yeah, but they haven't earned any points, you know. I would have liked to see Bugha and Braze take a little bit more risk in the early game, especially given that they're so close to closing the gap. And 40 points is a long way, right? From where they're at to first and second, essentially. And if you're not taking the risk, you're basically hoping that they make a mistake. And I'm not sure that's the best strategy with 4 games left.
Just hoping for perfection. And we know Fortnite, sometimes things just don't go according to plan. It's all about how you handle those situations. Peterbot, for a moment, looking for Salt down below, but probably not wanting to chase. You see, he doesn't have a lot of white heals. He does have the pizzas, but as Blake and Vivid broke down, it doesn't grant you a ton of HP, just 5 per slice. So a full box monster only grants you 40 HP, which is not enough for Peterbot in that situation.
Definitely not going to be enough there, but take a look at this. Curve and Higgs on the other side, just out of the hostile hold here. Seems like they're just wrapping up a couple fights, though. They have 5 elims right now, so tracing or pacing really well in this tournament here. It's a good game for them. Chimp and 20 have managed to fight their way out of their somewhat of a bad start here. Chimp at 18 builds right now. Really hasn't quite caught his footing just yet. Seems like he knows Curve and Higgs are nearby. He's just trying to play it safe here. Doesn't want to expose himself. Curve and Higgs already pretty much are on fire right now. They're going to be more than happy to take this fight as they have the loot to really back it up here.
Yeah, especially since Chimp tried to go for a cheeky opportunity. Missed the shot. Line for Curve and Higgs to spot him out. Now he's just stuck back up against the wall. 1v2. They immediately attack from both sides to clean up that elimination, which leaves 20 with no choice, and rightfully so. He tries to use the shockwave to disengage. Luckily for him, Chimp isn't going to reboot right above. He's going to go closer towards inside of the zone. And if he wants to find his way back, that's up to him. But you can already see by the loadout that 20 has, he himself was rebooted at one point or another. That Morphy SMG that he has in his loadout is a huge giveaway.
Yeah, both players just not quite catching a break here. Can't really find a moment to break out. Curve and Higgs now do have to be careful. There's other teams rotating pretty quickly on by. They'll catch whiff. There's some fights happening here below. But for now, things kind of settle. They go up and over. 20 falls to this. Did he fall to the storm there? What just happened?
Yep. He just had no HP, nothing in his loadout to try to go and recuperate. And he didn't want to try to like jump away because he was hoping and praying maybe I go down, I can survive later on. But nope, it's going to be a huge giveaway and another elimination for Higgs and Curve. They don't necessarily need the loot. They just need the momentum to continue to shift in their favor. 20, you can see where he's rebooted back into the map. Into the whole lobby, essentially, here is Peterbot going down to the feed. For 20, he does have a little bit of that loadout. It's not going to be just an AR, but he definitely does not spawn with a shotgun in his inventory.
You think about this duo right here. Dozier, V Tyler, already 2 elims right now. Kind of playing like pretty decent so far, but look at this feed. Hold up. Bird actually finds Peterbot, so something's going on somewhere. There's still 20 teams standing, by the way, so no one fully eliminated just yet.
It's just unfortunate.
Here's Peterbot's reboot.
Yeah, this is one of the worst times to go down in a game. Literally less than a minute left. Reboots will turn off, and even though Poyo's right there, he does have some build material. They don't have 2 loadouts, so Peterbot's going to have to scrap together to try to find something that he can find useful. And if he could just get himself any variation of the shotgun, the tac, the sentinel, the gatekeeper, I won't be too worried for them as a team because you know they can get into boxes and end fights quickly.
Take a look at Peterbot using the couple splashes he had there. There goes the material split. So really telling that although Peterbot repositioned under this bridge, it wasn't because he had some kind of, you know, elimination or refresh here waiting. No, he had nothing to work with. So the full split there, just try to keep him in. Mud Sphinx on the other side here, playing for the early rotate, trying to position up. Gonna get some quick dibs here shortly. Just a single shockwave though, so this is like not the greatest loadout here for endgame, but it'll be more than enough for them to make a few rotates.
Yeah, you can kind of see they're trying to go under the bridge to make the shockwave actually matters. Peterbot was actually able to get the down onto Agers, and this is after reboots have turned off, so they're actually able to solidify that elimination. That'll leave Ritual by himself, and which is big because we literally saw Peterbot go down less than a minute before reboots turned off, but because it was so late, he did spawn with that assault rifle, with the blue tack, minis, and 2 splashes, which he instantly used.
This is crazy. They try to inch their way to get that loot, but you can see that AJ's already back up and in the game, so they actually didn't get to quite fulfill the full elim nor get the refresh, it seems like. Muzz and Sphinx on the other side opting to play the water on the low ground. This is an interesting strategy right here. We'll see if it ends up benefiting them in the end. For now, though, Salt falls. This is really bad for first place. Pressure starting to add up onto them. It's all going to come down to enough now because reboots are officially turning off here.
Yeah, back-to-back games, disaster strikes. Game 4, 19th place, 0 eliminations, and now there's 19 teams left, and enough is feeling the pressure as a solo. Doesn't start to get placement points, at least into the top 15, then it kind of cascades from there. But this is where you see the different elevation changes. Depending on where the zone goes, this is going to hurt a lot of teams down below. And yes, it does go from that open water up the side of that mountain over towards another small pond.
This is really tough too. Look at his loadout. He's only got 39 builds. Almost playing off of a rebooted loadout like we talked about. You see all those greens. It's kind of telling of it, but Flowberry Fizz, Crash Pad is definitely some ample rotate material here to work with. Let's see if it ends up playing out. Peterbot and Boy are going to be the first to go all the way up. Queasy and Scare coming in right behind them. It's usually the last player that ends up finding their way to the high ground spots. Yamzo and Josh here eyeing things up too. They also have a Flowberry Fizz and a Launchpad to work with, but I Am Enough needs a refresh. No, he falls too early. Doesn't even earn any more points in the first elimination. We saw them secure, and this is going to open up the runway now for Braids and Booga, for Acorn and Bolts, for Peterbot and Boyo and everyone else here to just run their way up the standings now.
Yeah, that's why I said, you know, being in first place, top of the leaderboard, first half sometimes just puts a target on your back, and back-to-back games just haven't been the best. But just like you said, opportunity has just opened up for everybody else below them on that leaderboard. But Peterbot stuck by himself. 70 eliminations for the team, but you can see they weren't really able to kind of capitalize that into staying alive together as a duo. But Peterbot just making sure to stay away from that low layer, only attacking when he has to, trying to cut off the path of Higgs and Curve. He's even getting daring, dropping off, trying to pre-piece the whole other side to catch him off guard.
That's what he does, you know, just posturing up right now on these teams here. Little do they know it's just one guy. Meanwhile, looking to the high ground, Queasy and Scare, a little nervous to fully commit to the high ground positioning and kind of show that they're ready for it, but here Queasy goes for it. Now recognizing there's no one here to give them any type of resistance, Queasy goes for the full ramp out. And this is a solid base here. Can they hold it this time, though, is the real question.
Yeah, but this is an opportunity where I want to see maybe Booga and Braids try to go for it. We see the zone moving towards the southeastern part over open water again. You better be prepared as Acorn Bolts trying to reunite in the same box, but it doesn't come without a fight. They're momentarily separated, but within that split second, they do find a way back together. They have a good amount of builds. If you look at their loadout, they are stacked up, and even using the Shockwave in the box for that little bit of speed boost, knowing that we cannot Shockwave. That'll put us in open territory, even inside of the zone. So I'm not sure anybody's realistically in a position as of now to contest Queasy and Scare.
Now, Booga and Braids are still in it, though. Already earning themselves a quick point there. Now teams are starting to fall left and right here. Acorn finds another elimination there too. Cold and Curve still in this game as well. So big boy names still in the mix here. Peterbot at the ultimate low. He's going to be forced to come up and over to fight his way towards the road here. This is such an unforgiving zone right now as the terrain changes are crazy. But Muzz and Sphinx getting a little greedy to try to secure the elimination, and they fall before getting the points and actually allow for Rapid to possibly get picked up here. We'll see. But back on over to Peterbot, who's basically clawing his way out of the grave right now. And this is going to be a really tough one, but look who's climbing their way up. Look who's taking advantage of everyone else's issues. It's Yamzo, it's Josh.
Yeah, and right now they're almost untouched. Down below, Higgs and Curve set another trap, taking out Ager's Ritual, separating them, sending them out of this lobby. Peterbot's finally going to fall. That's Northern who gets credit for that elimination. Solo on solo action. But while everything settles down below, Acorn and Bolts using this as an opportunity to look up. Queasy Scare, they get chopped down once, but the Flowberry Fizz can negate any fall damage possibility. And now they're looking to see who is trying to contest them. They spotted out Acorn and Bolts down below, and they reclaim their throne up above.
Gotta say, I respect the ability to try to target height right now, but Curve and Higgs are at 14 eliminations. Talk about a heater right now as they are propelling themselves way on up. Acorn and Bolts are still in the game as well. I was curious, did we have anyone inside the top still there? And they are still putting up pressure, but Iamjo and Joss are the real upsetters here. They find Scare, they find Queasy, and end up demolishing them. And now we have a 2v2v1 situation going down here.
Yeah, that's the second time today we've seen Yamzo and Josh do just that. Wait for two teams to be distracted up above, and that's where they immediately send it with the Fizz Shockwave combination. Down below, Higgs and Curve, they cleared out all the competition up until now. The fight has come to them. Higgs is going to go down. Curve by himself, boxes up Yamzo, gets the knock, waiting for the Siphon. The medkits as a just in case. 1v1 against Josh. He gets that elimination as well, but it's not over just yet. We might have forgot about him. Acorn and Bolts finally drop down from above. 4 eliminations. We have to know, with second place coming into this game, with a win here, they have stolen away first, but they want the cherry on top. They want the actual victory royale. They're pressuring Curve back further and further, but Curve is fighting back, tries to land a shot of his own, but it's not enough. Acorn and Bolts win the game and boost themselves up that leaderboard.
Yeah, they're definitely in first now. Salt and Enough have a lot to think about as they get put into the blender with the rest of the competition, but an 18 elimination game for Curve there. You have to respect it either way. That was an explosive game number 5 there, Zeke.
Yes. We have to talk about Acorn and Bolts there. As much as I want to talk about Curve and Higgs,
Oh my
we'll do that later. Man, this is big for Acorn and Bolts, right? They are still trying to secure themselves a spot on the battle bus. And now we are making sure, right? We had another game of Enough and Salt. They didn't quite get enough points. Now Acorn and Bolts are like, hey, they've slipped up. They've made a single mistake. It's time to put the gas and go, man. I cannot believe it. Acorn and Bolts get a VR in game number 5. Viv, I feel like one even decent game and they qual, right? Like, this is looking so good for them.
I mean, Acorn and Bolts seemingly in full control right now. We kept kind of talking about how consistent they've been playing just in terms of the eliminations over the course of some of their games throughout the day. But with that first place, it's going to be their best placement so far in the competition over the course of these 5 games. And, you know, me and Blake were kind of talking about it. Yeah, Acorn and Bolts have kind of joined the mix in terms of like the high ground teams, but they haven't really been committal to any of those attempts. And finally, we do see them fully commit here. They take out Queasy and Scare in their attempt. They kind of land themselves up on the high ground. And after that, Blake, these guys are way too good. It was easy from there on out.
Yeah, they were due for a win with how consistent they've been playing. So seeing them finally get that VR, it's got to feel refreshing for them. They got to know they are close to the threshold that they need to qualify for the EWC. There's only 3 games left. It's going to be very interesting to see if they can close this one out.
You know what's crazy? Over in EU, 6th place, which was basically their top 3, right, was 264. We just hit 266 and we have 3 more games to go. Ooh, Acorn and Bolts! Okay, obviously, you saw Higgs and Curve go crazy that game. So let's talk about it after the break. I know, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We'll talk about it when we get back. We'll be right back. We'll be right back. Okay, so we're back. So I wanted to talk about Higgs and Curve. We're game 5, Acorn and Bolts. Congrats, it was sick. We just have to talk about what we just saw out of this last game. Vivid. Higgs and Curve suddenly jump up 10 places. One single game, Vivid. Second place, 18 eliminations.
I mean, Higgs and Curve are just, that is a crazy number to say 18. I'm actually going to say two numbers here. I'm going to say 18 eliminations, and then I'm going to say the number 12 eliminations, because 12 eliminations is how many total eliminations these guys had over the course of the first 4 games. They just picked up more eliminations in one game than they had over the course of the first 4 games. Just absolutely crazy. And I mean, me and Blake kind of agreed. When we kind of tune into Curve's POV here, and we saw double-digit elims, both of our jaws were like on the floor. It was like, whoa. What has this guy been up to?
Not only did they double their elims, they doubled their points pretty much in this whole tournament, jumping into 3rd place. Curve was just in a flow state, showing why he's an FNCS champion. That was an insane game to see, Zeke.
How many points, guys? It's like what, 54 points off of if elims, right? So it's like what, 104 but to jump up the way that they did. I cannot believe what an insane game from the duo. Suddenly Higgs and Curve are in the conversation. Something else we have to talk about, Peterbot and Pollo. So like, remember, the little crown means Peterbot and Pollo. They already qualified, right? They're already going to EWC. We're playing for prize money right now. Gents, they I don't, you see, I am enough insult there. There's a little -3 around their name, because Peterbot and Pollo decided, we're just gonna land on the first place team and we're just gonna shut them out. They spent the entire like early to mid game, Viv, just chasing them, not giving them moments to breathe. The moment that they respawn back and they reloaded, they were on top of them.
Yeah, and it was actually, you can see they're kind of going into the end game here with 5 total eliminations on the side of Peterbot and Pollo. All 5 of them were on enough, by the way. So they just kept farming those points in the early game. Just a rough game for enough and salt.
Yeah, and you got to imagine, when you're picking your drop spot in these Fortnite tournaments, landing next to Peterbot and Pollo, I don't know if that's the wisest decision. You know, I hope Salt and Enough can bring it back, but they might get bullied the next few games. I'm not gonna lie, Zeke.
Dude, it's so tough, right? How do you stop that onslaught? Listen, it's fine though. We've got 3 games, okay? Remember, Fortnite fam, 3 more games. EWC wraps up, or RES wraps up, because we got to make it to EWC. We got to be top 2 at the end of these 8 games if we want to continue the dream. Right now, games are ready. Lock back in. Let's jump back on the battle bus. Casters, take it away.
We've already had 5 game months. You talk about 3 games left. And honestly, the only team I felt confident going in today is Acorn and Bolts. And there's still that 2nd spot up for grabs. Game 6 is ready. So let's just jump into the action.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Acorn and Bolts, man, really starting to break away from the competition here, showing that they really do have that championship caliber still inside of them. And realistically, they're performing up at the highest level here. Now, Buzz and Sphinx have also played exceptionally well, although they've kind of dabbled here at the armory. They've gone outside the drop spot. It seems like they have enjoyed returning back here for earning those early fights. And it's working out as they've actually split up here. But look at this, Sphinx finds Peterbot, as Muzz finds an elimination there too. So already they have themselves a nice little 2-piece.
Great start for them, and that's kind of one of the things about Muzz and Sphinx. They kind of have placements locked down, especially in the qualifier that they qualified. It's just the lack of overall eliminations in the comparison to some of the other top teams that we have in these games. It's Curve, Higgs, business as usual for them. Higgs just still having those struggles right out of the gates, jumping out of the battle bus, trying to catch his footing. But after that is when he starts to kind of bring things together. Cold and Rapid again. We haven't seen too many of their early game fights and how they do play out, but you're seeing the early aggression coming out from Rapid. Against Chimp on the other side, there is going to be a 2v1 opportunity here. Cold just trying to cut off the other angle, try to stop any options they have as he gets tagged up again with that Mammoth Pistol.
Yeah, Mammoth Pistol is just so deadly. It does so much damage. Really does end up swinging the momentum back in your favor, but take a look at this. Rapid, Cold, finish this one up pretty quickly here. Find themselves a nice little elim there. Set up points here at the Elite Experiments. And I mean, just like that, they're in full control right now. Now, again, they have the zone on top of them, so the reboots going to be a little bit harder to track down with all the teams nearby. Meanwhile, Peterbot and Boyo looking like a repeat performance of the last game after Peterbot got picked back up and sent straight into another duo there. This time, he gets the finish, and off they go.
Back on over to this side of the map. This is kind of what they did in that last game. It was how they ended up clashing against Enough and Salt so many times. But they're going right back on over to that side. This is how Peterbot was able to solidify that elimination. Just boxes Caliper up. No exit strategy. Gets that elimination and sends them right back to the reboot.
Well, let's see how it plays out here for Threats and Visuals now. Just trying to get themselves completely situated here. So far, so good. Single elim onto this team here, setting themselves up. Still in the conversation, right? You know, with 3 games left, 129 points. You saw what a team like Curve and Higgs can do with an 18 elim game, right? Really propel yourself up several positions. If that's nothing else, it should be, you know, a vote of confidence for everyone else to play big or go home. What do you think Peterbot's up to? I think they're just looking to hunt right now.
Yeah, they're waiting for somebody to go down, get rebooted, try to go back deep into the zone to try to find loot. And they're just kind of taking their time doing it. In the last game, the zone kind of worked in their favor over on this side of the map. Unfortunately enough, it is pushing teams further and further away, but he might have spotted somebody else out. Vert, Sales, whether if it's a 2v1 or not, Peterbot's ready to take this opportunity here to try to get a couple more points on the board, missing game 1, which means they have a little bit of a cushion to try to come back from. But good job from Vert. While him and Sales were under pressure, he was able to shockwave up and turn the tables onto Peterbot, even bringing out the rocket launcher, forcing Peterbot to stay stagnant here for a few extra seconds.
Yeah, I was just thinking to myself, what was that? It's the little RPG already coming into play here. Meanwhile, Vert gets isolated. Boyo comes for the backup, and already they found themselves an elim there. And an upgrade, if you want to call it that. Do you think they actually take the RPG here this early into the game is the real question. I think Peterbot is going to opt into bringing it with them for the next fight.
Yeah, it's just depending on how much ammo is left. You don't get ammo in the ammo boxes, drop players, anything like that. You really only get the rocket ammo from other crates and drops, which honestly, the way they're playing can't necessarily be too hard as Booga gets found out on the edge of the mountain. This is a crucial fight right now for Booga to try to stay alive. Not sure where Braids is at, but time is definitely needed, and he got just enough time at least. Booga's going to go down, but at least his teammate is back into the game.
Yeah, they really need this kind of a game right here, right? Booga and Braids have fought their way up to like that top 5 range, but in order for them to close the gap here, they are going to need a very, very big, consistent round. Several of them actually to, you know, remain in the conversation. But as you take a look here, Josh and Eams are just starting to really heat up here, kind of go back and forth. But once they get going, seem to be relatively strong. OG Jack back at it once again here. 1 foot in, 1 foot out. We saw them out the last couple rounds. Now they seem to be back in, showing us early glimpses of what we saw in game 1 and 2. And that's the thing with a team like Boji and Jack. You just never really know. Once they're kind of finding their groove, they are going to be a harder team to fight, as is even Neo and Noisy. Look at this. Peterbot, Boyo back at it this time. Onto Agers. Oh, what a monster shot there. Can he get the finish? He does in time. All right. Now Boyo has a second guess finish in the fight here.
This is the almost 1 HP left for Agers. Turn the tables on that fight, leaving Poyo by himself. And look at the lack of actual HP. He was stuck eating pizza. He's only getting 5 HP per slice, and he has 6 more in his inventory. So Poyo has to be on the hunt. Bandages, med kits, anything, because these pizza are not going to last him long. And he finds
a little bit of RNG for himself. Gets a nice med kit there. Take a look at Yamzo. Oh no, Booga was already having a hard time. Touches down, they're like, oh great, a drop. Nope. Yamzo's here. They end up pushing him off of that, so no breaks for them here. Meanwhile, Higgs and Curve back at it here, up against Riley and Curly right now. This is a fight we've seen before. I don't think Curly and Rise came out on top before, but we'll see how it ends up playing out.
You know, 3 games left. Rise, Curly, 80 or so points down. from the qualification spot. Not necessarily first place. That's housed by Acorn and Bolts with a much larger lead. But with 3 games left, they have to figure out how to cut that deficit. And right now, the team that they need to go after, it's Higgs and Curve on the other side. If they can get a wipe here and solidify this game into a top 5 with a couple eliminations, they'll start to put themselves within reach. But if they disengage, allow for Higgs and Curve to have another monster game, that's when we might be calling it lights out.
Yeah, most definitely here. Look at this, though. Curly finishes up noisy, but take a look at this. Talk about Peterbot getting finished. Boyo actually ends up getting chased down here as well to the hands of, looks like Sails and Vert. This is revenge, because remember, they did take down Vert just moments ago here as well, and they seem to be playing hyper aggressive right now. Real question is this replay going to show us Boyo getting fully eliminated before Peterbot gets the touchdown? Let's see it.
I'm trying to count the seconds and the time. Peterbot does drop down, but nowhere in sight for where Boyo is at. He's much closer to where the zone actually is, but he does find access to that mending machine, hits the double patch up, grabs some extra med kits just in case, and he's going to consolidate those pizza slices, so he does have an extra slot there. But you see Sails and Vert, Enough and Salt, Rapid by himself. There's a lot of heavy competition still nearby.
Yeah, definitely. Salt and Enough, man. Having that 40-point lead over second place, now finding themselves trailing behind the leading teams. It's got to be a lot to deal with mentally. With only 2 teams moving on through the competition here for the final spot. They really have to dig deep now with these last 3 games ahead of us. Peterbot, you can see, kind of isolated off by himself. Higgs off to the western side as well, but he's got his teammate pretty nearby. Here comes Salt and Enough, rotating straight into the new zone. Curly and Rise still back into the mix with these fights here. Last we saw them, it was up against Higgs and Curve. They had no problem handling that battle. They shouldn't have one here and now with Mason's team.
Yeah, just kind of looking at how this game has played out. Curve is now down. Peterbot gets that elimination. Now that Enough and Salt are no longer in first or even top 2, it just seems like the focus has strayed away from them being one of the primary targets for a lot of these teams. Rightfully so. Sometimes you can't just hope and pray those teams inside of the bubble go down. Sometimes you have to be the benefactor of it all. Curve, fresh off the reboot. Higgs is going to be able to disengage, but they have to be careful. Threats and visuals are over on that side of the map as well.
Yeah, you can see kind of how it went down here. So Curve was rotating on the outskirts, and oh my gosh, he just gets sat immediately. So there was really no defending against that, and that's how Peterbot gets his elimination there.
Yeah, you can kind of see in the feed, the fight on that side of the map hasn't slowed down. Curve taking down Threats. I believe Threats getting the get back, or I should see visuals onto Curve. So a couple solos still rotating around. Braids and Booga, though, making that heads-up play. And this is something we've seen out of Booga in, like, the history of him competing. No matter the season, no matter the meta, he usually either is one of the first teams to rotate his zone, or, depending on where it actually pulls, he rotates to the slow side, doesn't want to take too many unnecessary fights, and then makes it into the zone with whatever he has left. Right now, he's really playing the long game rather than the short burst of points through eliminations.
Yeah, as you were saying that, though, I was still looking at the map, and I was actually more surprised that Higgs and Curve didn't just get, like, jumped on with the team that was in the storm there, because they were very close by. Either way, though, already we're approaching that 6 zone, leaning into 7. We're approaching the 7, so what will happen is, of course, those reboots will get cut off here. You just have to play with what you got.
Tyler, Dozier, both of them going down, which means another team eliminated out of the game. It may not necessarily seem like it, but this game is moving at a more rapid pace than we've seen some of the other games so far. It wasn't until typically zone 10, 11, or even 12 placement points were starting to set in, but we have 16 teams left, all of them fully alive. So with one team needing to go down, placement points might hit this game much earlier than any game we've seen so far today.
It's actually a really good point. This game's moving a lot faster. The duos remaining. A lot of elevation's been at play, though. All of these end games have been honestly pretty tricky, and I guess we could just sum that up to this map type here of the reload mode. See how this is going to play out, though. Talk about that high ground. This should be a pretty free rotate up and over.
just got to be able to be careful where they land. They can shockwave, they can crash pad. The only safe rotation from that far back is going to be the launch pad with the Fizz. Otherwise, you're essentially flying directly into everybody else here in this lobby. So you got to make sure you play it as close to perfect as possible. Sphinx Muzz in a similar position as Ager's Ritual. I believe I saw Acorn and Bolts not too far away. Muzz is there, and even Noisy and Neo all off the tip top of this mountain.
Yeah, I like this. This is that rotate here. Like we said, it should be really easy for anyone who's got the high ground that goes early. You just have such a huge advantage. It's going to save them so much material as well. So Ager's Rituals will be comfortably positioned here into the end game. I see Boyo still standing over there in the distance. Acorn and Bolts are going to be one of the last ones to go ahead and enter in. Higgs and Curve are still standing as well. Muzz is going to be one of the first to fall on the rotate here. Something's going terribly wrong, and look at how much material Sphinx has got. So you have to imagine that Muzz is falling with quite a serious loadout. So that's the refresher that someone's going to be happy for.
I will say, though, the silver lining, though, for Sphinx is those launch pads with the Fizz. He has at least 2 zones he can bypass by going that high in the sky. It's about when and where he's finally going to get those launch pads off. I think this zone, we're going to see the first of 2. Peterbot and Pollo. Similar strategy, quick to rotate, using the shockwave, hitting the front side of the zone. And we've seen almost everything out of Peterbot and Pollo so far, taking high ground early, using the launch pads, and now here playing on the low ground, trying to control the front side.
Yeah, it's looking very good for them right now, but I'm looking at who's trying to go for high ground. Looks like Higgs and Curve taking that momentum, taking that confidence from the last game, already being one of the first ones to try to position up. They're due for what could be a win. Boya finds Jack with a quick elimination there off of their next rotate, so it's gonna be big for them. Booga and Braids, though, we keep keeping tabs on them, trying to see what they can do here, but this is the first end game. They actually fall really early, and it's all up to Booga now to play this one out as a solo here and now. Team hot on his heels, though. They don't exactly know where he went. He manages to turn things around. It's actually Josh Nyamzo there. What a tough spot to be in here when you're in arm's reach of a qualification spot now, but Booga, no stranger to the pressure here, no stranger to being in difficult situations. He's got the experience under his belt. Peterbot and Pollo end up finding Higgs here. It's a huge elim, so Higgs makes the mistake. Instead of playing for that high ground like they were originally about to do, they concede to the building. It ends up not playing out for them.
Yeah, that's second place in the overall. I should say third place in the overall tournament. Second place in terms of EWC spots trying to secure. So that's a huge loss and a lot of pressure being put onto Curve. You see, only has 7 builds left. No extra HP. Down to 1 last shockwave. The silver lining, though, top 15, which means he's starting to get some placement points here for this game. But having to play it perfect with the bare minimum of builds means it's going to be near impossible for him to try to go in and get out without receiving a single scratch. And again, using those shockwaves, he's now fresh out, and even his build's being dwindled down here. Curve needs a miracle, and he needs it now.
That was kind of crazy. He decided not to go up and over this high ground. I wonder if it's going to end up backfiring against him. He will need a refresher here. Now he is hunting for one. Can he find the player to his left? It's actually enough. Who needs it just as much as him? And there's another player in the box here. It's all up to Curve if he can find a shot here. How badly does he want to stay and remain in the lead? Only moments will tell here. Pressure starting to build up. Booga also still standing there on the low ground. Curve's going to be the first to fall, so Booga going the distance here and now. 198 points. That position is potentially up for grabs, and Booga in a much better spot. Finds a great shot onto Rapid here. Player falls right behind the wall here. He doesn't even recognize that that just occurred. Instead, he wants to get away from danger here. This is a crazy end game as far as like clutches are concerned. Even Agers is still in this one right now.
Yeah, it's just how far can you bring it? Top 10 situation, good chunk of placement points so far. 5 different solos running around, Booga being one of them. 204 points, just trying to close the gap. He doesn't need to get inside of the bubble here, just needs to get close enough. Peterbot and Pollo, they're the ones that started a lot of this chaos, taking down Higgs, leaving Curve by himself. Even though they have their spot secured, they're playing a huge role in who makes it in and who doesn't, putting a lot of that focus next on the threats, forcing him and Visuals down. Agers, Booga still solos on the right-hand side, trying to make it really count here. Top 10 situation, they need at least a top 8 as Booga gets a big elimination, and the siphon, which is not much.
That was so sick. That was actually perfect. He shockwaves up, no mats left, breaks into a wood wall there and finds the refresh to keep him in the game. And that is how you maintain a top 10 here. Bugha really fighting for it, then gets the follow up onto Rapid, and now he is just going off to the races here. Meanwhile, Bolts is still in the game as well. No Elans for him, but he's alive and kicking well. He's on the heels here of Bugha. Bugha off the plate for the zone. He's got that Flowberry Fizz, but he can't avoid this storm much longer, and there it is. Bolts finishes him off in 6th place, but what a performance from Bugha himself.
Yeah, picking up a huge chunk of points here. Bolts is able to take down Sales next. Vert going for the revive, but there's not a lot of time left. He has to abandon ship, keep moving inside of the zone. Meanwhile, Peterbot and Pollo not letting anybody climb up their mountain. The only duo left in this game, taking a page out of Enough and Salt's playbook, looking for the back-to-back. Pollo letting Peterbot lead the charge, putting a lot of damage on the Yamso. Just 1 HP in a dream. Visuals still alive as well, but he gets forced out. He's going to have to settle for 3rd place. 2v1 is going to continue, and for Yamso, I wish you good luck. No AR. Rockets from down below. Peterbot and Pollo pull it off. 8 eliminations and another big win.
Yeah, the limelight, the spotlight was all over Bugha there, so we didn't see Peterbot and Pollo really coast their way through the end game victory, but in the end, they had full control of the high ground. They were about due, Jacob, with the way they were playing there, so you gotta appreciate some high-level play. Well, game 6 for Peterbot and Pollo is now wraps there, Zeke.
This is what I was worried about, MDF. This is why we said way back when that Victory Royale, we're starting to fire on all cylinders. What's crazy, Viv, is they had to make like a comeback, right? They got put in this situation early on in that game where, you know, Pollo's having to run for his life and he's solo and Pete has to reload, and yet somehow, some way, they pull off a Victory Royale. The moment we see them on Hype, Viv, and we know they've got a rocket launcher in hand, it was like, all right, pack it up, they win.
Yeah, I mean, listen, me and Zeke and Blake, we were kind of talking, and it was like, dude, listen, these guys just know what it takes to win. I mean, we kind of saw them trying to land on Acorn and Bolts, who are, of course, in 1st place, because there's only one thing on these guys' mind at all times, and that is the win. And every single time that these guys are behind, whether it be because they missed a game or they just have a couple of bad games, we can just never count them out. And we are always reminded of that whenever these guys are in the server.
And one thing that makes this duo so special is their ability to recover in these games. They were at a point in that game, Peter was knocked, Pollo was 1 HP getting chased by a duo, stalled just long enough for Peter to come back, and they recovered to win the entire game. Not many duos can do that. It's just, I don't know how they do it continuously, tournament after tournament. They're just the best. Nothing else to say about it, Zeke.
Dude, they're so consistent. I don't know how they do it, but they do. We now have 2 games left to go. After this break, we'll take a look at the standings. Remember, we need to be top 2 if we want to make it through to EWC. And there's other players who already have a spot and they're playing for prize money. Oh man, stress is going up to the roof. Fortnite fam, we'll be right back with more Reload Elite Series. it happened again. Peter Van Pollo. Another victory royale. Game number 6. I can't believe it. But we talked about that already. What we need to focus on now are the standings, okay? 2 games left to go. And again, if you're just tuning in, welcome. This is the Reload Elite Series. At the end of 8 games, we need to be top 2 if we want to make it to the EWC. And there's quite a situation going on in the standings right now. So obviously, we know Peter Van Pollo, they've already got themselves a qualifying spot, and they're currently in your top 3, 264 points. The situation is at the top. Acorn and Bolts currently lead the pack, but as we look to the standings, you can see 2 crowns, right? Peter Van Pollo, Josh Yams, congrats. Currently, Booga and Braids are in the talks as well. So first, let's start with Acorn and Bolts. Gents, it's fantastic to see them currently breaking into the 300 point threshold. This last game, we did see a top 5 with 4 eliminations. When I look at their placements on the last game and these last, several games, and even eliminations, Viv, I'm impressed, right? This is a level of consistency that I feel like Acorn and Bolts can target and continue to hit over and over again, and that's why they're currently in first place.
100%. It's just, obviously they started the day super hot with those eliminations. They've kind of, slowed down a little bit in terms of picking up as many eliminations, but still picking up enough. And it's just all about the average placement right now for this. Though they have an average placement of 5. So, like I mentioned, best IGL in the game, a mechanical beast in Bolts, and if they're going to be able to make it to 8 end games, they're going to qualify.
Yeah, and after being 1 point off in Qual 1, they were not coming into Qual 4 and not going to make it out, because I would say it's pretty safe to say they have that first spot locked in at this point. With Booga and Braids 90 points behind, I would say it's locked in.
I want to believe, right? I want to believe, but you said their name, Blake, so we got to talk about them. Booga and Braids. Listen, I need Booga to qualify. Okay, I need this. Okay, Booga. We need this, Booga. You need to keep pushing. We've got 2 more games left to go. Viv, to see Booga win and make it to EWC, I feel like would be just such an incredible moment for him, is what I meant to say, for him, not for me, for him. I am not biased.
Yeah, I mean, it would be an incredible bounce back after, of course, missing Summit to kind of make it to one of these other lands. That would be absolutely incredible. But, Blake kind of mentioned it. Hey, there's a 90-point lead in terms of qualification spots for Acorn and Bolts. It is completely different for the side of Boog and Braids because they have a 1-point lead in terms of competing for those qualification spots. So a completely different side of the coin here.
Yeah, and they're right on the edge, but the thing that's keeping them in it is that 6th place solo clutch by Booga. Braids went down pretty early before the moving zones, and Booga stayed in it, showing why he's been on top for so many years, dating all the way back to the Fortnite World Cup. His longevity is just insane. He shows he still has it, even after missing the Summit land, like Vivid said. Zeke, do you think they're going to hold on?
I need them to. I need them to. But also, when I look, like you guys called out, 1 point behind Higgs and Curve, honestly, and even if enough insult, they're 201 to the 222 of Booga and Braids, this could still go any which way, right? We still have 2 games left to go, and now is the time to make it happen. Now is the time to swing for the fences, because after this, we're going to the WC, and that's it. All right, the competition is done for those who don't make it. Fortnite fam, lock in! 2 games left to go. MDF Jacob, please take it away.
Yeah, what I'm seeing is that everyone has exhausted their throwaway games minus Acorn and Bolts. If you are anyone else, tournament on your shoulders to put up the numbers and perform here and now, Jacob.
Yep, the game is ready, so let's just jump right into Game 7. This is it, Monster. 2 games left, and even with Acorn and Bolts having such a monster of a lead, it's 1 point that separates that 2nd spot in the last qualifier. By the way, folks, only 2 teams will round out NA Central to make it to the Esports World Cup, and we have 2 games left to see it all play out. In the feed, you're seeing early action, even Agers taking down Josh, Noxy getting another elimination, Higgs this time around though surviving off spawn, so we can have a different trajectory with Higgs and Curve in this early game.
Yeah, that's That's right, and I'll stand by what I said. The EWC built on the reload game mode itself as the main focal point, I really do think makes for a very exciting tournament, and the players feel like that too. Agers and Ritual, though, find a quick elimination onto Yamzo. Chip and 20 immediately hop over. I wonder why they were so interested in securing that positioning there, but it seems like they were thinking about hunting that player down for the quick elim, but Agers, of course, manages to come out on top. Now, this is really interesting because for Agers and Ritual, they are one of the duos now in the race here to qualify now after these next 2 games. But again, it's going to come down to playing exceptionally well, and everyone else has to not drop the ball.
Now, this is how we saw some of the fights go down. Muzz taking out Rapid right out of the gate. Muzz, not even his drop spot. Now he's going up against Northern. Little bit of a trick right there. Northern's able to get the elimination, but it just goes to show, like, with everything on the line, I think teams, especially certain players, are realizing the situation that they're in. Agers has been going crazy almost all day long, trying to get them to catch up and stay within reach. Rise and Curly have been doing the same thing. You have Higgs and Curve picking up high elimination games, but overall, Peterbot and Foyo have also been disrupting a lot of the flow of these teams trying to make finals.
Yeah, and you know, honestly, if you're the rest of the lobby, you're kind of happy Muzz is, you know, putting up numbers against Cold and Rapid. You know, like, they're qualified teams. Let them fight. Don't give those guys, you know, room to break away like Peterbot and Foyo have done over the last few rounds, because you see how much of a problem they tend to be when they get into the end games and they're comfortable. The team that we've seen kind of slip out of the fight a bit here is actually Scare and Queasy. I saw Scare go down there in the lead, so with 173, they're not quite out of the tournament just yet, but they are going to have to pull through with 2 monstrous games. You want to see them pop off. Meanwhile, back to Peterbot there at 3 elims here, Jacob.
See how we got that third one so far. Northern, I feel like this is exactly what we saw when they were chasing down enough. Northern has just been kind of put in the blender time and time again, and as soon as he respawns, since it's so early in the game, they can easily try to catch up. Neo and Noisy, though, taking down Booga, leaving it all up to Braids to stay alive, and they just keep it flowing. Higgs is the next person in their line of sight. They too are close, 172 points, 2 second places on the day. If they could just match the eliminations with top 5s to end the day, we could possibly see Neo and Noisy qualifying to the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, most definitely. They were really close in the early instances of the evening. Higgs and Curve back to them. 2-2-1 on the points here. Not too bad, as they've landed kind of near where Booga just touched down on. You see Breeze down below. Booga spawned in. He's got a shotgun. He's got an AR. Curve's got no idea he's behind this ammo crate here. Eventually, they will check it, though. Obviously, there's no reason for them not to go ahead and clean up the loot here. Secure it.
See, if this was a chest, I think you'd be right on the money there, Monster, but since it's just an ammo crate and you do get loot ammo from getting those eliminations, I think it's just not necessarily a concern in the back of their mind as of now, especially since they are so close to qualifying already. They check the building, realize, hey, maybe Booga's not here, and they're already setting their eyes on somewhere else. Curve going a little bit towards the south. Higgs, you can see them trying to cover as much ground as possible, so that way they can get as much information on anybody straggling too far back from their duo.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, there was a chest right above Booga, but hey, they're feeling pretty confident, more happy to try to hunt for the elims, and instead they get rewarded with the 2 drops. So there they go. It ends up paying off for Booga hiding out. Meanwhile, Mason and Noxy here just giving us some entertainment. See how Dozier and V Tyler end up finding a nice little elim there. That one's onto visuals. That's a tough one for him. Jumping back over to Ritual, though. Where's your teammate, my man? It's at 200 points right now. Agers the other side of the curve here. The cube.
Yeah, Agers' only goal here is stay alive. They get uncontested chiseled cube. They have a lot of space. We did see it in game 8 in the last qualifiers. That's something they have to keep in the back of their mind, where Clicks and Higgs at the time pushed on over, got the elimination on the Ritual, and Agers simply could not stay alive. So hopefully they've learned from their past. But Peterbot and Poi again, look who's in the sky. It's Northern again. They're trying to beat that record of 5 elims on enough by himself in that last game. I'm not sure what Northern's going through, but I could definitely feel his pain.
He's just getting scrambled up, put in the frying pan. Like, they're just doing what they do over there. They're at almost 8 eliminations, and We jump into the real time, and I see Peterbot once again in the feed. So at this point, I don't even know what to think of it, but they're going for first place because why not? Meanwhile, Curve and Higgs here. Tournament's pretty much life is on the line right now. Dozier ends up getting the full elimination there onto Higgs. Curve forced to back off. Hopefully he doesn't rotate into anyone too strong of a duo. Bugha's on the outskirts here, but I don't think he wants to fight just yet. Bugha doesn't seem to have his teammate near him just yet either, as he's getting chased by Mason Noxie.
Everybody now closing the gap.
Oof.
Looks like Mason Noxie might have spotted him out. I saw some shields go down just like that. Higgs fresh off the reboot, so maybe that'll deter them from getting fully aggressive. But if they spotted Bugha out as a solo, I'm not sure much can do to stop them, especially since it doesn't look like Braids is anywhere nearby. If we look at Bolts and Acorn, not necessarily going for any early game aggression here. They're just sticking to the strategy that gets some of these kind of late game placements every single time, as Northern, again, doesn't even get the chance to hit the launch pad. He gets taken down by Poyo at the last second. 9 eliminations here. I know we were talking about they want to win it. They missed the game, but right now, I'm not sure there's anybody that can slow this team down.
Look at this, wasted no time either. Knew exactly what they were going to do. Land on the chest there. They go ahead and get the bandages as well. The quick pickup, like the momentum is flowing right now. They're at 9 eliminations, mind you guys. They are looking to fight for a curve level performance where they pulled up with 18. They're already halfway through, and we're just in the zone of 5. This could really go either way, you know, based off of Peterbot and Polio's performance right now. They're setting themselves up for a potential first place prize winnings off of this.
He's looking for Bugha. Yep. Followed him outside of the zone, just trying to go ahead and solidify this elimination. And remember, Curve at one point was the one trying to stay alive, but he was able to hunt down Bugha successfully, get that elimination, and just try to pull further and further away. And I do believe the way this game has played out so far, with early game eliminations for Curve and Higgs, and not so much for Bugha and Braids. Remember that 1-point differential? I believe Higgs and Curve have now overtaken them on the leaderboard, and now sit in fourth place inside of that bubble. Fourth place, excuse me.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt the math. It's adding up that way. They really are playing just a little bit more consistent right now. Most of what we've seen is like Bugha getting hunted down, Braids hiding out. I don't even know where Braids is at this point, but he's found himself somewhere that seems to be safe. I'm concerned with Storm Surge at this point, or Storm Sickness, really, given that he's just been in the zone the entire time. Like,
Good call. A very good call, because it's something that we have seen play a role, but when it comes to reload, not as much as you would think in the feed. Poyo just taking down Northern again. You got to imagine they're finally on double digits here. And Monster, actually, I want to see how it's just not able to touch the ground at all. Even when he does, he doesn't have builds. He doesn't have a loadout to fight back. Northern, I just feel so bad. Peterbot and Poyo, they just select one person each game and make it their sole focus to make sure they can't play.
yeah, that's pretty tough, man. It's a tough hand to be dealt there. I mean, and it's late enough that you spawn in at least with some kind of arsenal, so it's not completely free, but they have such an advantage over you. Scare and Queasy, though, 3 elims right now. This is that team, like I said, they were in the 173 range, right? If they can get a good chunk of elims the next 2 games, they can very well fight for one of the 2 spots that's available. You know, Queasy wants it more than anyone else. Let's see if Tyler and Dozier can put up a fight, though. They're already at 5 elims, so they're playing really well so far here.
2 shots left, though, for Tyler. The Gatekeeper not going to be able to use them. Scare is going to pick up that one. And I like this out of Scare and Queasy, because you're saying 173. If you look at their placements, every single game but 2, they're inside of the top 10. They had a 13th and 18th that they kind of fell outside of that same consistency. The biggest thing that they're lacking, though, because other teams have a similar placement history, it's eliminations. They have 12. And if you kind of look at, you know, the other teams on the leaderboard, we have in the side of the 30s, Braids and Bugha, inside of the 20s. You even have Salt and Enough at like 17 with Aegis Ritual 18. So they're losing out on a couple of points that the teams above them on the leaderboard are collecting by their lack of aggression. So with 2 games left, maybe they've realized that and have started to pick up the pace.
Yeah, they're definitely on the lower side of average elims, like across the board. And to your point, yeah, their placement is very much on par with everyone else, well within, you know, the top 5 pretty much. So it's up to them really if they really want it, and it seems like they are at least switching the strategy just a little bit here. So see if they can keep up the pace realistically is what it comes down to for Josh Liamzo, though. No sweat, no trouble in paradise either. They're sitting dead center right now. Big material counts. Elims this game here. Very much in a race for first as well. It's not just the Peterbot, Boyo, Acorn, and Bolt show. These guys are all very much in the conversation right now.
And it looks like, for the most part, Josh Liamzo have the second most eliminations in the tournament behind Peterbot and Poyo so far with 31. Obviously, this game, we can start to add those on a little bit later, but they're only 1 point shy of Acorn and Bolt, who are currently in first place. So even though Josh and Liamzo have nothing to lose, they already got their spot secured, they're playing because they want to win the entire thing. They want to start to build that momentum and be a team that can be feared. So that way, when the EWC finally does roll around, they can hopefully get a spot uncontested.
Yeah, gotta get that uncontested. That's gonna play a huge factor, of course, because then you get the freedom, right, to like send someone off to go try to farm some points. Whereas when you're full contested, you know, anything can still happen.
Decent rotations being forced out of a good portion of the lobby. Only a few being gifted the front side of the zone. Everybody else to rotate over. Flowberry Fizz, Crash Pad. That's going to be the method for Muzz and Sphinx, but Sphinx taking a lot of that damage on way to the front side of the zone. But luckily, there's no pressure coming out, so they're going to be able to safely heal while every other team plays catch-up, trying to make this rotation possible. And if you look at the zone now, it's all fine and dandy, but if we continue to move on over towards that POI, the eastern side towards Chiseled Cubes, it's going to have very different elevation change. But Booga and Braids pick up a elimination here, second one of the game, with how down bad they have been so far. It's great to see them starting to pick themselves back up.
Let's see how it's going to play out. Bouncing back. They're at 2 elims right now. 228 on the point threshold. Just holding on at this point. You know, looking at them early on, like you said, they were really struggling, but here we are in the end game. No more reboots. They seem to have found their footing, so it's as much their opportunity as anyone else's now to really take away here.
It is 8 zone. They do have the launch pads. Got to imagine Acorn has the Flowberry Fizz, so they're just not worried about this rotation too much. Let other teams start to move forward, and they're going to deploy their launch pad down and try to just fly across these next couple of zones. Higgs and Curve, they don't have that same luxury, though. Shockwaves is going to be the name of the game for them. They let Ritual go out first, try to trap Aegis by himself. They don't successfully land that play, but they also get good information about where they're rotating to so they can try to dodge it.
I think they have really low material too. Like if you look at it, they're out of the heavy material. So Higgs and Curve not looking the hottest right now. They're definitely one of the weaker duos in contention right now. If they can, you know, pull something big through, it's going to make all the difference for them. Let's see. Meanwhile, up top, yeah, Acorn and Bolt playing this super safe here. An extra launch pad in hand as well. It's exactly the spot you want to be in. That's how you coast your way to some placement points there. Jumping back into the conversation down in the bottom, though. Peterbot, Boyo, 11 elims now. Firing their way up. Here comes the Shockwaves right into Booga's area. Don't quite go for the fight first, so that's going to be a little bit favorable for everyone here, but they are going to find Chimp there in the layer above them. Can't be building in wood, not this high up. You do become a target here.
Top 16, though. One team needs to go down. You start to get placement points. There's 2 solo players running around, and Poyo accidentally gets Shockwave outside of the zone by Peterbot, having to use a Shockwave to get back. A lot of resources being dwindled down there from Peterbot and Poyo, but they're able to bypass this 9th zone. They'll touch ground in the 10th zone, maybe 11th if they play their cards right, but Booga and Braid still able to survive. But Braid just has barely any HP. He's finally getting that shield back, but I think they finally ran out, just like Yam, so he's going to go down. Josh by himself. You see him scrambling around, trying to get distracted by 2 other teams who are still fighting.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Braze had just gotten that knock, too, so maybe the Elim just came through, so he might actually get the HP off the Siphon. Jumping back to Sphinx and Muzz, though. Look at this. Sphinx is up by himself here. Higgs finds elimination onto Scare. Oh, those are some big exchanges there. Queasy's going to be the next team to pretty much fully fall there inside the top 15. Meanwhile, high ground, Boyo and Peterbot are back at it, looking to set themselves up for a win here. Big pressure coming in. They find visuals there, swatted out the sky like it's nothing, and threats. It's a little grief for Peterbot's loot here. He's not too happy about that.
Yeah, not necessarily the best, especially since they're in contention as well. A good game here can put them just outside of reach for the last game of the day, but Josh is going to go down. I think that's the end of Yamso and Josh in this game. Their fight for first is going to come down to game 8 as well, but Bugha and Braids, top 13, very, very minimal placement points just along with Curve and Higgs to start this game off. So they were 1 point differential between the two, and another elimination there as Bugha's just trying to go for the road unseen underneath. Let it open up. This could be a great play, but also this could turn into a disaster depending on where the zone actually goes.
Yeah, it's either going to be a trap or a genius strategy here, but we'll see. Curve finds his immediate competition. That's a great elimination for Curve and Higgs right there. Braid says, I don't like it. I'm going back up, and out he goes. Ends up playing off well. At least he's still in the game right now. He's got a couple more mats to work with. Barely dodges a shot right there. How is he still in the mix here? Either way, he is standing tall and strong. I saw I Am Enough inside the top 10. I wonder if Salt was still in this game. Braids, though, with the cheeky side angle onto Higgs. Higgs got some serious problems now. R24 down in front of him, too. There goes the finish, but no, someone comes in from behind. Meanwhile, on high ground is Bolt's fighting for it, and he's going to get a top 6 now.
15 eliminations, though, for Peterbot and Pollo. Top 6, good amount of placement points. But if Peterbot and Pollo could continue to get eliminations here and win this game, they can certainly continue to close that gap. Higgs and Curve almost going down to a huge flank by Braids. They were able to end him and Bugha's run, 291 points. This is also their chance, Monster, to start to pull away for it with that second team that needs to go to the EWC. Threats goes down, another elimination. They're on 11 total. One of 2 actual duos with a solo still left in this game.
Yeah, this is one of the more impressive teams that we're watching because everyone was very curious about Higgs and his dynamic with Curve. What can they do? But for the first time now, we're seeing that excel, that high level of competition coming out of them back-to-back, plus 10 over 10 elimination games. Is so impressive for Curve and Higgs. But now you have Peterbot and Pollo up top here. It's a 2v2. Curve goes up first. He's the healthy one. He's got to take the fight to their doorstep. It's not looking good. He has to concede to low ground, and he's cost himself so much damage. This is not looking too hot right now. He's got Peterbot below him. He's got Pollo up top here. Curve's got to do something big now. Can he jump down and close this one out? 3 mats, 2 mats, jumps down. Pollo's down, but the fall damage and the shot from Pollo closes out. And they actually do that with 19 eliminations there.
Yeah, back-to-back game wins. They have 3 overall. Peterbot and Pollo, if you look at the leaderboard, you would have not have guessed they missed game number 1. It only has me scratching my head with how many eliminations and the win. Are they in first place? That's the biggest question that I have, Zeke.
Guys, we can't keep doing this.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna go crazy. Wow. This is a statement, I feel like, from Peterbot and Pollo. This is a situation where we already have a qualifying spot, right? We want to make sure that when we get to EWC, wherever we pick, everyone just goes, oops, that's Peterbot and Pollo. We just gotta just stay away from those guys. Why would we take the fight to them? David, I can't believe this. They just dropped 19 elims. We just saw an 18 elim game out of the duo they just fought to win this game, Higgs and Curve. And they said, oh, you guys got 18. That's really cool. We're just going to go ahead and get 19.
I mean, you just can't stop the, like, what do you do?
What do you do?
I don't know. It's crazy because, you know, high ground was kind of going crazy over the first couple of games today. And, you know, Peterbot and Pollo, props to them because they kind of switched up the strategy. They're kind of trying to take it a little bit later. But as you can see, it's kind of settled down a lot. Like Queasy and Scare, we're not seeing them kind of go up for it anymore. I mean, Acorn and Bolts, I think, got shut down that game as well. And Salt and Enough aren't really joining the mix up there. So Peterbot and Pollo have obviously secured the high ground, and it's just leading to absolute domination. Like, that's 3 wins, and they've only played 6 games. They've got a 50% win rate in the qualifier right now.
Yeah, I heard Levin say earlier Shark and Teeny were the best reload team, and for everyone at EWC to watch out. But I think NA has that crown. I think Peterbot and Pollo are the best reload team. Not even just reload, best team in the world, because their consistency over these last few years is crazy, and they're showing it today, proving the point, going for the back-to-back-to-back Reload Elite Series wins.
And Blake, that's after missing game one. They missed game
Crazy.
one, and they are doing this well. I just don't even know. Like, look, y'all are used to us talking about Peter Pollo. Y'all are used to seeing this, but still, it's crazy. Now, don't forget, it's still a competition. We have one game left to go. You're gonna see these standings after after this break. Okay. All right. Remember, we need to be top 2 if we want to continue the run to EWC. We'll be right back with a break. We'll start to set ourselves up for the final game. Don't go anywhere. Fortnite fam, welcome back to the Reload Elite series. One game to decide it all. We're going right to the standings, okay? Obviously, you guys just saw Peter Pollo drop a 19 elim victory royale. They're in first place. They've got the crown. We need to remember this little line here, okay? Right now, it's top 4. That's enough to get us through. Let's set the stage here. Higgs and Curve have had a crazy game. We thought 19 elims is pretty good. 18 elims and a second place is also pretty dang good. And in this last game, they actually eliminated Booga, which then suddenly pulled them out of contention. Now, the job's not done. The question becomes, Viv, can Higgs and Curve hold on? They've got one game, and they need to hold on.
Yeah, I mean, that's the worrying thing, right? If you do take a look at their match history, they've had a couple of fumbles in there, right? 16th place, 10th place, 13th place with 0 eliminations. Like, the basis of where they currently stand on the leaderboard is just on the back foot of those giant pop-off second places, where one time they got 18th, one time they got 11 elims, right? So just 29 combined elims out of the 41 that they have in just 2 of those games. Can they have another one of those giant pop-off games, or is kind of like a decent game good enough to kind of hold off Booga and Braids?
And that's the question everybody wants the answer to, Vivid, because if they don't have one of those pop-off games and have one of those fumble games like you were talking about, Bugha Braids could take over very, not easily, but it's definitely doable. This is still anyone's spot, and it's going to be an insane last game, Zeke.
That's right, man. And obviously, we saw Acorn and Bolts 340. They're likely locked, right? We just need just a solid game. Just put some points on the board. We're probably good. We're going to EWC. But the question becomes, can Bugha and Braids, can they make the difference? Honestly, even someone like Aegis and Ritual, right? They would need the game of their lives here. But anything can happen in Fortnite, and anything will happen. The final game, decide it all. Jacob PR, MDF, take it away.
When it comes to our top 2 spots, Mancha, 304 points is the goal to beat for that second spot. 258 points is the next highest placing team. I gotta agree with Zeke. The way these games have been going, with how aggressive they have been going, some of these teams need a game of their life.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be a really close competition with the last chance here on the line. There's only one way to find out, and that's putting up the performance.
Three wins from Pete and Poyo. Acorn and Bolts got one under their belt. You even got Josh and Iamzo with one, and then Enough and Salt with 2. Not too many wins going around with multiple teams getting a couple, but it's all about those eliminations at the end of the day. We've certainly seen almost every single one of our qualifiers so far come down to eliminations, whether it's one or a few.
Yes, it's going to be pretty tough. I mean, when you have Higgs and Curve sitting at 304 and the gap being like 50 or so points, I mean, you just have to play really big. But not only that, you probably have to find a way to stop them.
You see that, right? You see what we're looking at? Cold, Rapid, Tyler, Agers, Dozier was there. You know who's not here? Higgs and Curve. They knew they were the second team.
Oh, yeah.
That means they are the #1 target for everybody that needs a qualifier spot. And they went ahead and played it straight down to the strategy, not even landing there. Only our observers probably even know where Higgs and Curve are currently landing. But Muzz and Sphinx end up with an early game elimination here. 20 on the other side. This could be a big fight. 20 just needs to stay alive a little bit longer, get his teammate back in the game.
See if it ends up working out here. Muzz is playing pretty fired up all throughout the day, but 20 finds the shots that matter most. End up finishing off. Muzz here buys himself a little bit more time. Here comes Boyo too. We just talked about how, again, you have Peterbot, you have Boyo that can always play spoiler. They are the deciding factor sometimes if you are going to go to a LAN or not, right? They can determine where they want to rotate essentially and really influence how hard of a game you can have here. Speaking of which, Sphinx is just keeping his distance here. It seems like he doesn't want to get into too close to that fight at all.
That was a very scary situation there for a moment. Acorn, no shields. Bolts was taken down. Now we see Higgs getting rocketed by Jack and still ends up able to take that fight. That's a big one by Higgs. That's 3 more points for their total. And they have a decent cushion against the rest of the teams below them on that leaderboard. They just have to make it far in these games.
So do you go for the elims? I feel like you kind of do. Like, I think the safest way for you to build a comfortable cushion is for you to kind of push the elims here. You also don't want to force yourself into a terrible position. So we'll see what Higgs and Curve end up opting to do. I mean, they definitely have had some of the bigger games here clearly on the evening. I didn't think any team was going to one-up them, but leave it to Peterbot and Boyo to go for 19. So there you have it.
Essentially seems like they switch drops with Cold and Rapid overall, but in comes a flying missile. Josh and Iamzo land on Higgs, get a good first shot and solidify the actual elimination. Curve is elsewhere, so they're not going to be able to close the gap quickly, especially since he is lurking down below for towards elite experiments, so it's not going to be hard at all for him to get Higgs back in the game. More so, it's going to be hard for Higgs to stay alive, because we've seen this song and dance before, but it doesn't look like Iamzo and Josh are going after the chase right out of the gates. They're going to wait for him to drop and then go.
Yeah, it seems like they definitely got the information they needed. Higgs manages to break loose though. Yeah, they're gonna give it up. I don't think they're gonna chase it too far ahead. seems like Higgs is now, yep, fully on and gone. So luckily for him, he'll have some room to work with. I'm curious what's going through Yamzo and Josh's mind here as far as like what their goals of the competition now are, right? Like, do they want to play hyper aggressive and try to push the gap to catch up to Peterbot, or are they just looking for consistency all the way through in preparation for the finals at EWC? Well, only they can tell, but see how it all ends up shaking out in the end. Holding rapid here.
94 points for them. Even though they already have their spot secured, if you look back at the first 3 qualifiers, first, second, and third place so far has been a downward trend from what we've seen so far. But honestly, with everything on the line, I think every player is just playing a little bit more aggressive than they typically would in normal situations. Peterbot getting another, Noxie getting an elimination onto Jack. For Cold and Rapid, they already have these 2 eliminations. If they go back to the strategy that won them the actual Reload Elite Series Qualifier 1, they slow down in the mid game. They're very aggressive in the early, and they pick up those natural eliminations at the end.
Oh, look at this. Yamzo and Josh end up finding out where Curve was. Curve overstood his welcome here at the drop, and they actually end up fishing him out here. This is going to be really bad now, actually, for Higgs and Curve. All things considering, you know, Higgs is playing off of scrap loot now. He didn't even get to loot the spot where he first touched base down. And now Curve's got to do the same here, but it's still very early into the tournament, you know. Only zone 3, so they have a little bit of time to work with, but definitely a major setback for them.
Yeah, and the only real silver lining is, you know, when they're eliminated, they're 12 seconds for reboot. They're not taking storm damage. So when they do fall, as you saw a Curve there, he comes back up, goes straight to the storm, has a little bit more time to work with. Braids and Booga already have a 1 elimination here. You're seeing them take that launch pad in towards the end game. And I saw this in the feed, was wondering how it played out. Yemity just trying to run away, create distance from Peterbot, but you know how hard that has been for anybody here today. Caliper ends up in the box. He gets knocked as well. I will say, even though these players are getting demolished by Peterbot and Pollo, it's only knocks, which means their teammates are still alive in the game.
Yeah, it only takes for them to really single you out, though, and get you right on the right edge of zone for it to go really bad. And then the rest of your tournament, you're just going to get farmed out. So we'll see what Peterbot and Pollo end up ultimately doing as far as repositioning is concerned.
Swings usually kind of stay late here. Over at Elite Armory. That launch pad towards the back. I'm not sure who's actually there. Could be Acorn and Bolts because they too fight for the backside of that zone. Yep, you can kind of see them there in the distance. It is Acorn and Bolts. And honestly, Acorn and Bolts in a lot of the previous games so far, especially the early games, Bolts was going around looking for eliminations. But now that they already have 340 points, a decent cushion over the next top 3 teams that are below them on that leaderboard, they might not necessarily be playing for the win solely as much as we did our job. Let's just hold on to our spot, and then we can worry about winning EWC later.
Yeah, meanwhile, Peterbot and Pollo are just, you know, racking up different team after different team of eliminations. They just found Boji. Now they're rotating back on over to him. See if he ends up finding a shot. Doesn't quite get it, but he's got the shockwaves. He's full committing too. This is crazy. It's not like he's going to get anything for doing this. Oh, whoa, lost Pollo though, okay. RPG in return. Just gotta be careful.
All close calls right there because I'm not sure how much damage the RPG would have done, but Peterbot's taking storm damage, finally gets the elimination onto Boji. That's definitely going to help with the HP. You see he has nothing left over, just a Fizz and Shockwave, so now he's just going on the chase. Jack got the elimination onto Pollo. Peterbot knows where that was last at, and he's going back on over there.
Take a look at this. Rapid and Cold, still finding theirs themselves in the competition. I did see AJ Ritual a few times there. Okay, so they got a couple elims, not too bad. Ooh, this is pretty rough though. Scary team to have on your heels right now, considering how close you are to qualifying your way through. I mean, anything can happen if you fall this early, because it only takes a win for any one of these teams. And there you have it, because Curve and Higgs are not that far ahead. They've only earned a single elim worth of points this game.
Less than 70 points overall. So Ages of Ritual desperately need Higgs and Curve to go down. And this is something they tried in Qualifier 3. The biggest difference is Ritual stayed at his POI as they do clean up that elimination on the curve. This time around in the last game of the day, Ritual and Agers learning from their mistakes. They're going on the hunt together as a duo. They find Curve, but they have yet to find Higgs here. And that's the team they need to take down, because as long as Higgs and Curve stay in the game, eliminations or not, all they have to do is match placement with anybody else on the leaderboard, and they will pull through.
This is a pretty tough one to be in, because like Ritual and Agers, you know, their eyes must be like on full alert right now, because you know, like, oh snap, we're right next to the team we need to take down. We have to hunt.
Let's see what they're fighting over back here. That launch pad. Fizz with the launch pad. He covered distance. And no matter where the zone goes for either one of these teams over at Elite Armory, that's their primary mode of rotation, as long as they have the heals to make it possible. So Peterbot does go down. Rapid going down as well. Both of them getting cleaned up. And I do like to see it. Even with a lead of Peterbot and Pollo, they're not slowing down.
Pollo did get knocked too to the hands of Jack right before that, so it seems like Peterbot and Pollo have kind of lost their momentum a bit here, even though they have 6 eliminations. You can see Mason, he just didn't even see it coming. That was way too fast for him to react. He tries to put a wall up and they just break right in. That's what happens when you have those wood walls, unfortunately.
Look at the leaderboard going into this game. 304 was the score to beat with Eggs and Curve. Booga and Braids right after, 258. Then we had Agers and Ritual with 236. And then this team here with Visuals and Threats at 223 points. Threats getting 1 elimination here, so boosting them up the leaderboard ever so slowly, but they're just trying to go ahead and make it to this end game. And hopefully those teams go down early as Jack does fall. Peterbot Pollo get a little bit of revenge here as he does get the revive onto Pollo.
Yeah, some payback there. 7 elims now for them. They needed the loadout from this duo here. These are all good things for Pollo and Peterbot. Again, given the amount of eliminations that they got traded back and forth on either side, so definitely needed to kind of find themselves a refresher. But look at this. Higgs and Curve. It's looking a little dicey. It still is kind of right now. You see even the mat split comes out right there. They're just trying to get each other situated here, but the lack of material going into zone 6, look how tight the storm is starting to close the map here. And now this is going to be more and more difficult for you to really get situated. And the mammoth shot comes in and lights Higgs up. This is not looking great at all. Oh no, this is bad.
Yeah, Reboots literally just turned off. No chance for Higgs to get back in the game. 307 points. If they go down here, it's not instantaneous by any means, because remember, there's around a 46-point gap, and Curve goes down! A 46-point gap, and Curve and Higgs just lost the plot.
Oh my gosh, I was just gonna say, they shockwaved right over as he was breaking down the snakes there, and they went straight into the box. There was a weak wall there. Oh my gosh. So now we're really gonna have to start looking at that 307-point threshold. Booga, Braze, Agers, Rituals, Visuals. I mean, enough insults. For Christ's sakes, we're also in the 200-point threshold. Everyone has a chance. But I think it's going to come down to win for the majority of those guys. If you're far down, you basically have to win, because you will have to jump over the other competition as well.
Yeah, either that or you gotta hope and pray eliminations go your way, and you really have to be careful, because you look at the side right now. Peterbot and Pollo poised for another high ground game. Vivid said it himself. They missed game 1. So far, 3 wins out of 6 games played. This is their 7th one, over a 50% win ratio so far. But this is the other team that they have to watch out for on the other side. They've not only played for high ground early, they've been known to contest for it late, and that's Acorn and Bolts. With their spot already secured, the only thing that they're looking forward to, Monster, from here on out is winning the entire tournament.
Yeah, and it's so tough because these are all like tier, like we're talking like legitimate tier 1 options, right? For this last qualification spot here. Higgs and Curve clearly now holding on to breath, but you have Booga, you have Agers, Rets. Like, these are all very legitimate competitors that are still in the game right now. Here we go. Ritual's busting a move here towards the end. He's in top 14 already. Another team just fall. Salt actually found elimination there onto Mason. Booga and Braids have a chance now to really take off here, but again, they're going to need a lot of eliminations and plenty more placements to back it up.
But they are next in line to make it possible. Sees where the zone goes. Booga immediately starting to rotate out. I'm not sure what movement they have left over, but you can see that empty item slot in Booga's inventory. Doesn't look like they have many shockwaves, crash pads, or anything of that sort. So even though this game was already hard, it just got harder, especially with Yamzo and Josh positioning themselves just one box above you. You have to be careful at all turns, because even Muzz and Finks, who have their spot secured, are also feeling the pressure.
Yeah, this is really coming down to the wire now. Muzz and Sphinx, they're fighting for prizing here. And of course, reputational stake, Ritual, Agers back at it, 254 right now. Find themselves a nice little refresh right there. Onto the hands. Also, Threats there, the full finish. So, Visuals down, Threats is down. This is perfect. If you're, of course, Ritual and Agers here, all they have to do now is find a way to jump over Booga and Braids, who I still see alive in the mid ground. Peter Boss starting to play that mid ground though. He's getting a little bit closer here.
Oh no. Oh no, Ritual is going to go down. It's not only the high ground, but the other teams as well. Looking in that direction, they get the knock onto one. There's no extra HP for Agers. He needs an elimination if he wants to try to get it back. Even with the shields, you see him burning through his materials here. Only 4 left to protect himself, and he's not even in zone just yet.
Yeah, this is pretty tough here. It was actually Peterbot who took out Rituals, playing that mid layer, but Booga and Braid secure the extra elimination here. 285 now. Can they hold on? They're in 9th place. They need a couple more placement points and an elimination or two to really be solidified here, but you have Muzz and Sphinx hounding them here, fighting back. Meanwhile, for high ground, I Am Enough and Salt also recognizing that if they want to go to land, they need the win here. And Peterbot and Boy, of course, don't care about what you want. They just want to fight for everything here. They're going to break out the high ground now. And he's going to send everyone flying down. They did have a Flowberry Fizz. It's going to keep them alive in the game here still. 4 eliminations for them. 307 is the cutoff. A win can do it for them as well. Peterbot, Boyo out of material. Boyo's down. Bolts is in the low ground. Acorn just getting blended up too. They're going to get full finish here. I think we're going to see someone else take the spot here, Jacob.
Yeah, we might have a chance here. Enough and Salt still alive down below. Yamzo getting closer and closer to Peterbot and Boyo. They are literally less than 10 points away from qualifying to EWC. Booga and Braids, only 2 eliminations. And if you think back, Monster, last game, Booga was put in the blender, and they find another one onto Yamzo. They're going to eclipse that 300-point mark, but Spray coming from down below. Braids is outside of the zone. They're both getting eaten alive, but they find their way back. 307 points. They are on the line. 1 elimination, 1 placement can do it.
This can go either way now. Salt and Enough putting major pressure down. Meanwhile, Scare lurking on the layer right above Booga and Braids. Low ground team starting to look up as well. Pressure coming from all angles and danger lurking nearby. It can go any which way. See what Braid's gonna do here. They're gonna leave 1 to go in and pop the med kit just to play for placements. I love this play for Booga, but the zone bounces back. A little bit of a favoritism there. And look at this, Braids is safe there. Just on the edge. Is Booga making a mistake by not taking that little bit of extra seconds there? We'll find out. Braids gets an extra point here. If nothing else, they've done enough to jump up. But remember, the winning team still on top here. Salt and Enough are still in it. Can they go for the 3-peat?
312 points right now for Booga. He's on his very last med kit. Crash pads to make it in his zone. Salt gets another elimination throughout the course of all this. Booga getting pressed in the backside of zone. Crash pad the only hope. He's trying to make his way to that mending machine. He has the gold, but he does not have the time. 312 points. I Am Enough and Salt. That's 6 points for the actual eliminations. A couple more for the win. I think Booga and Braids have done it. I Am Enough and Salt have to play this one perfect. There goes the first down on the Muzz. Sphinx by himself. 297 points. They win the game, but Booga and Braids seem to have qualified.
It was so close. 3 victory royales in a singular tournament setting for I Am Enough and Salt. And it will likely all come down to whether or not they could have pulled through just a little bit more points there, Jacob. Well, in the end, game 8 was phenomenal, and that's going to be wraps from us there, Zeke.
Okay. First off, before we say anything, I'm going to hold the Zekism for Jacob PR. MDF, thank you guys so much. Fantastic cast of the day. I'm enough. Salt. Big moment. Another victory royale. Fantastic stuff out of them. Love to see that. We saw them perform very well for the course of the day. Right, Blake? You know, we had that moment earlier on. You were saying, hey, they're going to push high ground. And this is still a big performance out of the duo, right?
It is a very big performance. They obviously, after that second win, kind of slowed down a little bit, but they finished strong. You know, they got to be a little bit disappointed not getting that last qual spot, but they still have something to be proud of, because this is an up-and-coming duo, and they just showed what they're capable of.
Oh yeah, absolutely. A big learning experience for sure. I mean, we kind of, the conversation has been, yeah, you know, Pete and Polio, they've only queued up for 7 of these games. Like, they missed one. It was like for enough and Salt, they kind of missed like 4 games because they only really had 4 solid games where they actually were able to pick up obviously a decent amount of points. And for a long time there, I mean, they were in first place. So a crazy way to kind of end the competition here for enough and Salt.
So let's bring up the leader. Just bring up the, hey, production, hit me with the leaderboard. Hit me with the leaderboard. Booga! Booga! Let's go! Oh my God! He did it! The Lion! Vivid! I cannot believe the day of I had to hold the Zekeism to this point. I was gonna lose it, but I was like, we gotta focus on those people. The Lion! Vivid! Vivid, he did it! Booga's going to EWC!
The amount of puzzle pieces that had to find their way to fit into this storyline perfectly for this one to pan out. I mean, Higgs and Curve getting shut down in the final game, just getting pushed by so many different duos like Aiders and Ritual to try to prevent them from qualifying. It ended up working. They go down with 307 points, and Booga and Braids, they literally make it to the exact placement and the exact amount of elims that they needed to actually qualify. We were biting our nails here, watching on the edge of our seats. They did it, Blake.
They did it indeed, Vivid, and it all goes back to that solo clutch by Booga. That's one of those puzzle pieces that went together to get them to the amount of points they needed to qualify. And it just shows you should never give up. Booga was about to retire after not qualifying Summit, and now he's going back to LAN where he belongs, Zeke.
It's so incredible. Fortnite fan, this is such a big moment for him. I love to see that. So well fought from them. They fought just so hard. This was such a difficult qualifier. This was the last qualifier. Backs against the wall. And like you said, Blake, off of a single solo clutch, suddenly they were back into contention, right? And this was going back and forth between Higgs and Curve. And we saw Aegis and Ritual. They were outside too. They were thinking, hey, if we just fight Higgs and Curve, we have a good chance, right? Because then we're just fighting Booga direct and we can maybe make that happen. While all of that transpired, it was enough. They put the pieces together. They're going through to EWC. We also can't forget as well, Acorn and Bolts have secured themselves a spot, but we kind of knew that, right, Viv? They were performing so well this whole time, and they had such a strong lead. To see that through to the end, I love to see it out of the duel, and now we get to see them compete once again on LAN.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be super fun. As you can see here, all of the teams that have kind of qualified through that we're gonna be seeing over there at EWC. 40 total duos, which, you know, by the way, if you don't necessarily know about the format for EWC, this is not actually your qualification to the finals. There's a little bit of a process once you do make it there onto LAN. But yeah, we have 39 of our duos. Looks like NA West. When that one wraps up, we will have all 40. And yeah, I cannot wait to see how this one pans out.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about our representation for NA going into this Esports World Cup. Like I said, Peterbot and Poyo, I don't want to be that guy. The best reload team. I'm sorry, Levin. I know. Yeah, I'm sorry. But it's going to be crazy to see how it plays out. Let's go. This is exciting.
Man, Fortnite is so dope, man. I'm just blown away by yet another. Every time I feel like I'm like, you know, I've seen it all. Fortnite's like, Zeke, you have no idea what you're talking about. You've not seen anything yet. Wow. Gentlemen, obviously, before we start to kind of wrap up and say goodbye, I'd love to give you guys the floor. Next step is EWC. How did you enjoy the day? What are your closing thoughts? Viv, start with you.
I mean, listen, I think we have to give a giant bouquet of flowers to Peterbot and Polly. I mean, obviously they missed the first game. We were like, wait, what the heck? We have 19 duos in this first game. Like, who's missing? Peterbot and Pollo. Then we played the second game and they got 15 points in that game. So, I mean, essentially you can kind of chalk up these guys really only played 6 games and they were able to go ahead and mount an incredible comeback. 3 wins across all 4 of these qualifiers. And the one that they didn't win, they got second place. So an incredible feat throughout the year. And I love the kind of Blake called it out. The best reload team, man. They got to be considered that.
Yeah, and I would say this tournament, as they say, was cinema. NA never disappoints. So it was a great time being back here on the show. And I'm happy to see Peterbot and Pollo win again. You know, I'm a big fan. Seeing the back-to-back-to-back, it was awesome. And thank you guys for having me.
Blake, thank you so much for hanging out with us, dude. It was fantastic having you be part of this. So much insight to be learned from you. Obviously, Vivid, you know, I'm thankful for you. Shout out to Jacob and MDF and, of course, the EU crew. Now the next step is EWC. That's happening in Paris. If you want to go, we hope that you'll go, man. It's going to be such a fantastic time, not just Fortnite. There's going to be other games there represented as well. So please go check that out. Fortnite fam, that wraps up this show. The next time we'll see you as, I think, like Major 2. So much Fortnite happening all the time, and I love that. So until then, we love you. Keep yourself safe, and we'll see you on that battle bus.
Beep, beep.